Hello, everyone. We are about to start in a few minutes. I think I'm going to wait 1-2 more minutes. Hello. Okay, I think we could start, and I guess people will keep coming in. So welcome, everyone. I'm Cristina Peristeridou, and I'm assistant professor at the Criminal Law Department of Maastricht University, and also I'm board member of FEM. Female Empowerment Maastricht is a network of staff at Maastricht University, and our mission is to promote the empowerment of women and female leadership at the university, and to foster a broader culture of that supports gender equity and diversity. And to celebrate International Women's Day 2022, which is actually tomorrow, FEM is hosting the second Women Researchers Festival after last year's successful event. So this is the second time we organize this event, and we are very happy to, because last year it was extremely successful. So the Women's Researchers Festival aims at promoting the innovative spirit of women researchers of all faculties of Maastricht University and all ranks, and to foster possible collaborations amongst them. So today we will have 3 sessions of 8 presentations each. And between session 2 and 3, there will be a lunch break. So around 1 o'clock, there will be a lunch break. We can arrange a breakout room for those that would like to have the lunch together virtually. And we have also arranged that all speakers who live in the Benelux area, that they get a very nice lunchbox delivered, specially made to celebrate Women's Day. So I don't get one, but I wanted to anyway. So each presentation will be 5 minutes, and then we get 5 minutes for questions. What else? Yes, also, if you have any questions, and we would really like to welcome participation. So if you have any questions, please drop them on the Zoom chat, or you can also raise your virtual hand and we can unmute you and you can ask your question like this. So first we will start with our first speaker, and we are even a little bit early, so that's good. So our first speaker is Mathilde Baudat. I hope I pronounce this correctly. Okay, so you have the floor, Mathilde.
Thank you. So I will start sharing. Okay, just to check, everyone can see that and hear me well, at least? Yeah? Okay, good. Yeah, and you can see the screen moving, right? So that it's not, okay, perfect. Okay, well, welcome everybody. Good morning. I'm really happy to be here today. So my name is Mathilde Baudat, and I am a PhD student here at Maastricht University in the Mental Health and Neuroscience School. And my PhD is in collaboration with the Department of Anesthesiology at the hospital and also with the Rotterdam Sophia Erasmus Hospital. My PhD topic is on the long-term effects of needle pain. So let's dive in. And what is needle pain? So first of all, 11% of pregnancy end up in premature birth, meaning that the infant is born at 37 weeks of gestation or earlier. Full-term birth is at 40 weeks of gestation. And those infants that are born early, they need to be internalized into the neonatal intensive care unit, also known as the NICU. And there they receive a lot of different procedures for their well-being monitoring or just for healthcare. And it was assessed that they receive between 10 and 14 procedures a day that can be considered painful in this for their health, but this is also the effect. And there we have two main challenges in the NICU that start appearing. The first one is the medication. So how can we provide medication for those infants? Sadly, in adults, and pain medication is mostly relying on opioids, and opioids have very strong side effects. So we want to avoid using those. And then we have very little other option available. The other problem is assessing the pain because neonates are not able to speak. They have very limited reactions. So it's a very subjective measure of pain that we can give. And this kind of gives us the question of what is pain like for neonates? And until really recently, we even expected they did not perceive pains, but research in neuroscience in the last few decades was able to provide us more understanding. So to have this understanding, we need to go back into how is the same pain system. So very quickly, when you're an adult, a healthy adult, and you receive a pain stimuli, for instance, from your finger, a needle, something, the signal goes to your spinal cord. There it is integrated, and the signal goes all the way to your brain. The brain computes it again and tells you you're in pain. But if you're, for instance, distracted by a flower or by, I don't know, someone talking to you, or you're in a good mood or anything, your brain can also send information down to the spinal cord, tell the spinal cord to chill down, basically, that there's no need to worry. And this will reduce the pain that goes all the way to your brain and will make you feel less pain, basically. And this system is known as a descending pathway. But we're in an infant in the NICU, so you're born even before your neurological system is completely developed. The pain system goes to the spinal cord, and this descending pathway that is meant to reduce your pain level is not developed. We even can expect that it's not fully functional and has this more that actually helps pains to go all the way to the brain. So this would result in increased levels of pains for the neonates. So this is one thing. And the other thing is actually that this increased signal, this constant signal modulates the neurological system and change the way it develops. And this results in long-term effects. So acutely, we see in the NICU that there is a pain. We cannot obviously ask, so we cannot really assess how much, but there is likely pain. This is pretty sure. But there is also this long-term effects. And so when I mean long-term effects is into childhood, but also adulthood. So pain in the NICU will result in pain in adult life as well. And exactly what do I mean in adult life is that those children need increased levels of analgesic, of pain medication after surgery. They also they're more likely to develop chronic pain or postoperative pain, and they are at risk for anxiodepressive disorder. And we also see that they have schooling difficulties, and we can also relate that now to stress. And so my PhD focused on understanding how is stress relating to all of that and how is stress impacted by neonatal pain. And another big part of my PhD is to understand what can we do to avoid all of this. So how can we reduce the long-term effects, and also acutely, how can we reduce pain in those neonates? So we use medication, this is the way, but we have to find the right medication that will stop the change in the neurodevelopment, but also decrease pain, and result in a normal phenotype or normal development for adults. And so that was successful. We've already been having a few PhD that worked on that, and we use translational models and preclinical models that allow us to find new pharmacological targets. There is a need for those preclinical models because of the lifespan of a human. Human is 20 years, so obviously we require studies of 20 to 30 years. But using preclinical model, we're able to really have drug tested in the NICU pretty soon. So to remember overall is that pain has in the neonatal intensive care unit has effect on the short term, but also on the long term. And also that we focus mostly on trying to provide pain medication to those infants, and also what is the effect on the stress. And yeah, that's about it. So thank you for your time. And if you have any question, please feel free.
Mathilde, thank you so much. This is extremely interesting because, I mean, amongst parents there, I think most of us know that there was this rumor that babies couldn't feel pain, but then that changed. So I'm wondering how, when you say, so in your research, you study the effect of stress, right? The effect to stress of the, yes. So how, but stress could come much later in life. So how are you going to do that?
So indeed. So as I mentioned, I'm using a preclinical model. So it's an animal model, basically. And this allows us to really control if whether or not, if we do a stress, if the animal is stressed later in life, so if also is the case for a human, if it's stress specifically, then how does that has an impact on also the development of pain after in life? So we just reproduce different moment of stress for the animals or for the humans. We've tried to be as most translational so we can apply it. One big aspect of it all is that the NICU is a very stressful environment. So just the simple fact of being in a NICU has an effect on the stress system. And this is something that needs to be considered because it has an effect on the pain system through the stress system, but also simply because stress has an impact on the entire lifetime.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, in many countries, it is very standard that once you have a low birth baby, they just go to the NICU without that necessarily being necessary. Yeah. Okay, Valerie, I see you have your hand raised. Would you like to unmute and?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Mathilde, for the beautiful presentation. I think what's also known from recent literature is that the NICU is also very stressful to parents, of course, because their child is in need of a lot of support and a lot of uncertainties face these parents. Is there also an effect of the stress of the parents and how this affects the upbringing of the child later in life?
Yeah, so I know there is part of the studies that are done, indeed, but it's not my research topic, so I don't want to give you false information, at least. But yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Danai?
Sorry, I remuted myself. So I have a question that is a little bit off topic-ish, but I was really intrigued by the illustration that you had with the sunflower, that if there is a distraction, then the understanding of pain is a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I thought immediately of EMDR, so the treatment used for trauma, but for, I don't know, PTSD, for instance. And I wanted to ask, is there a connection between the two? Because for me as a political scientist, which is very, very far from this area, it sounds like the same principle, but is there a connection between the two?
Yeah, indeed. So, pain is a very complex system overall, because you have this very biological, if you want, straightforward, which is kind of what I'm writing, but what happens in the brain is a lot more complex. So a lot of areas are involved, especially areas that are involved with emotions or anxiety or different emotions. And so this has a very strong impact on the modulation of pain. And you can also, you can see a way of modulating pain in adults is actually by distracting them or providing them cues, because you use those areas to kind of decrease through the descending pathway that I was talking through the blow arrow, to decrease the pain that they perceive. So indeed, it is related. I've never heard of this therapy used in pain. I'm not saying maybe it has been done, but you definitely use it. And this is also why you have this long-term effect also on depression or anxiety, because you use the same areas, and the way that because you stimulate pain too early, you're also impacting those systems. So personally, I think that's what's so interesting, is that just with pain, you actually can impact so much. And you don't realize, but it has an impact. Yeah, indeed. And they're closely related.
Thank you very much. That is super interesting.
Yeah, great.
And just so, I don't know, is there anyone who has a question? Because I do have a final one. Matilda was wondering, to which extent is it now scientifically standard and kind of proven that newborns do feel pain? Is this now standard scientific knowledge, or is it still debated to some extent?
No, I would say that it is standard that they do feel pain. I think there is no more debate there. But to which extent and how much do they actually perceive? Because it's also very hard at that time. They have a lot of a reflex-based response. So it's really hard to also say, is it reflex or is it really pain? But that they do feel something, I think this is standard now. It's really, yeah, it's accepted for sure.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. It really touched a sensitive chord with me. And okay, so let's go to the next speaker, Valerie van Brugge. She will discuss perinatal inflammation and the premature brain. So I think we stay within a similar field. Let's put it like that. Okay, so Valerie, would you like to begin?
Yes, let me share my screen very quickly. I think you can all see it now, right? Perfect. Okay, so I want to thank the board for the opportunity to let me talk also about my PhD project. And I'm looking into perinatal inflammation in the premature brain. So it's actually quite closely to what Mathilde already talked us about. And I want to talk more about setting up a multi-approach preclinical OVI model. So first, a short introduction. I'm Valerie, I'm a PhD student, and I'm trained as a physician as well as a clinical investigator, and I'm part of the Department of Pediatrics. And our team is into preclinical research, and this is because we have both clinical specialists in our team as well as biomedical doctors. And we are part of a large international consortium called PREMSTEM, which means that there are multiple labs all around the world working together to solve the same problem. And the problem in this case is preterm brain injury. And when it comes to preterm brain injury, it's very important to keep in mind that growing into deficit is the main core problem. So I want to talk about what a neonate is going through at the first days and weeks of its life. So when a child is born preterm, it is admitted to the NICU, as Mathilde already told us. And it receives mechanical ventilation, feeding tube, medication, a lot of pain administration as well. And this is a very extreme period for this vulnerable child. So some children need additionally extra oxygen support in the few weeks of their life, and they grow into a toddler and even a young child. And very often these children face later in life problems such as learning disabilities, behavioral problems, or even less motorical skills, and in like the very large cases, cerebral palsy. So how does this happen? We know that preterm birth is often due to an antenatal infection. This means that inside the woman's womb, there's an infection going on, and that's why the child is born preterm. And they, of course, need mechanical ventilation when they're born very preterm. And these three independent events are risk factors for inflammation in the young born body. And this inflammation can travel towards the brain, and that's where we call it neuroinflammation. And we know in the end, this leads to an impaired neurodevelopment in later life, but we're not exactly sure why this causes problem later in life and what can we do about this. So recent literature has shown us that stem cell therapy can be a very good intervention because of 4 distinctive qualities stem cells have. So at first, they reduce inflammation in the brain. They can protect different cells and even repair them when needed. And new literature has also shown us that stem cells can even replace damaged cells in the brain. So this could be very interesting therapy for these newborn children. But of course, there is a need for preclinical models because we don't want to experiment with such therapy on vulnerable children. That's why we use a preclinical OVI model. Here you see again the pictures I showed you before, and we actually use sheep for this model because their brain development really resembles the human brain development. So just as the clinical situations, we have lambs who are administered to the LICU, so the lamb intensive care unit. And here they receive mechanical ventilation and all the medication also preterm born children need. And we see again that also some lambs need prolonged oxygen therapy because of their vulnerable lungs. And these animals still are born and very happy, growing into cute little lambs and until they're 1 year old. And we are very much want to follow them up long term because we think it's very interesting to see if also these animals grow into their deficits. So my PhD is mostly about this multi-assessment of preterm brain injury through 3 different ways. The first is pathophysiology, functional analysis, and neuroimaging. So when it comes to pathophysiology, the most important technique you can use is immunohistochemistry. And this is a lab experiment to stain specific cells. So here on the left, you can see that, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but oh, perfect. So on the left, you see I've stained immune cells. These are the brown cells you can see here. And we know they go up when it comes to preterm brain injury. And on the right, you see neurons, where we know they even die or damage because of preterm brain injury. And this is a way to look at the pathophysiology on a cellular level. But of course, I told you before that there are also functional problems or behavioral problems in children later in life. So we actually let these sheep walk a maze to see how their cognition is, and we let them adjust to new situations to see how they respond. And another thing we do is a gait analysis to check their motorical skills. And in these movies, you can see we use sticky electrodes on their legs, and through post-processing, we can see how their walking pattern is, and if this is normal, and if it's abnormal, if stem cell therapy really helps these animals. The last thing I want to talk about is neuroimaging. So preterm born children get often an MRI scan to assess their brain injury. And for clinical correlation, we also let our lambs go through this MRI scan. And here you can see a small movie of how this will look. But one of the pros of using a preclinical model is that we can also test new techniques. And one of these techniques we do in collaboration with Iconius, which is like a Paris-based company. And it tests for functional ultrasound. And functional ultrasound is a technique where we can look for brain injury and even brain function without the painful procedure or the stressful procedure of going through an MRI scan. So to conclude, for the past few months, we've been developing a preclinical model which is translational and multi-approach assessment of preterm brain injury and stem cell therapy. And at the moment, data is pending, but I hope to come back next year with beautiful data at the next version of Women Research Festival. Thank you all for listening, and I'm happy to address any questions now.
Wow, thank you so much. That is quite a topic. I see already a question from Sangeeta. Do you maybe use machine learning to do the behavioral assessment or gait analysis?
Well, that's very interesting because I think the sheep model is something which is widely used when it comes to neonatal research, but long-term research on sheep is not that common. So also behavioral assessment is quite new. But there are quite a lot of techniques to assess their behavior, and we're really looking into it at this moment. So yeah, machine learning could be an option.
What is machine learning? I mean, I'm a lawyer.
So machine learning is really using a technology to let sheep learn anything. And I know, for instance, there is a technique to let female animals choose their sheep partner. And they can use, for instance, the Pavlov reaction. Everyone with a little bit of basic biology knows, but it's like this way to teach a dog. If you teach your dog a clicker and they really behave good, you click. And that's the way how you connect a good feeling with good behavior. And this is also something you can perfectly do with sheep. Yeah.
Thank you. But I was wondering because, I mean, humans get to have a more refined cognitive ability than goats and sheep. So my question is, is there any way to check whether this type of injuries and the positive impact of stem cell therapy could improve more refined cognitive abilities like learning difficulties that you see later with kids when they're like 6, 7, 8?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. And of course, there is not a preclinical model we can use to really check on these high functioning cognitive skills as we have. but we think if it can change this robust cognitive skills sheep have, for instance, and they're very smart, it would also have an effect on finer skills. But this is, of course, something we have to check with preclinical and also clinical trials.
And maybe it's a silly question, but how available is stem cell therapy generally? Is it something that as a parent you can ask, like, can you please give this to my kid? Yes, really?
Yeah, well, it's actually, because my talk was only 5 minutes, like I can talk about this for hours, but sheep were also used to test stem cell therapy for children who are born with oxygen deficits called asphyxia. And they've proven so much helpful that there are already clinical trials with stem cells for these children. So I think it's still in a clinical trial phase, but in a few years, it's really coming to the clinics as a standardized method.
Okay, okay. Thank you. This is really fascinating. This is really cutting edge. Wow. Okay, so thank you so much, Valerie. I hope we get all stem cells at a certain point. Okay, so our next, so now we're going to move to a completely different topic, which, however, is interesting for all of us, and you will understand why. So we have Tessa Groen, and she will discuss the impact of world university rankings on the Dutch higher education. So,
thank you. I will share my screen. I hope you can all hear me well. Just let me know if you cannot hear me. Okay, let me check. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. Okay.
No, sorry, we can't see it.
Okay. So.
Now we do.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So indeed, I will talk today about the World University Rankings. I studied at FASOS from 2017 to 2019, and also during my master, it was the research master course. I was working at the Academic Affairs Office, and I was responsible, among others, for the submission of data and the analysis of data for those university rankings, the world university rankings in the commercial sense, so not the ones that look at citations, but the ones that look at a lot of other things. So I will tell you something about that today. So what's actually happening in the Netherlands? So on the left, you see the logos of the main world university rankings that Dutch universities participate in. They do not always have a choose to participate. They are asked to send data, but if they don't send it, they are ranked based on conservative estimations. So you see the Times Higher Education, the RU is also called the Shanghai ranking, is the oldest world university ranking and was founded in 2003 in China, and also the QS World University Rankings. So what universities are actually doing is, well, they're asked to send their data. So they send it for free, they give it away, which is not always a problem because there's a lot of data freely accessible, for example, number of students, but there's also a number of graduations and also all the different sources of research funding. So universities decide to send that for free to the agencies. And those agencies fit those data in their boxes that are actually black boxes because they decide what's arts and humanities or social sciences, which is quite problematic, especially if you have a lot of multidisciplinary programs, for example, at Maastricht University. So you actually don't know what they're doing with your data. They re-identify the meaning of it. But universities then have to come back and to say to their executive boards or to the marketing and communication, this is where we end up. This is our rank of this year. We gained some places or we lost some places. And especially towards their competitors, it's always very important how they rank because universities still, mostly the management, think that those rankings are very important for their international competition, but especially for the recruitment of foreign students. So actually this means that although universities do not really know what is happening, that they are coerced to compete with each other and they're also seduced to improve their performance and to invest their time and efforts and also money, as we will see later, into these rankings. The most important indicators, which are also quite at odds with the recognition and rewards program that's now happening in the Netherlands, are prizes and field medals, reputation, and also citations, which are all more or less individual indicators based on quantitative output, which really are, I think, a threat to the diversification of universities and also the character of universities by themselves, because they're all put in the same box. I know you will get the slides afterwards, so you can look at this into more detail. But you see, for example, here citations counts for 30%, a reputation survey for 15%, and also for 18% for research, which I think is quite a big share of the weight of these indicators for the assessing quality of teaching and research at the university. You will also see that here for QS, 40% for reputation, 20% for citations per faculty, which is 60% altogether. And also the emphasis on prizes, individual prizes like Nobel Prizes and field medals, but also the emphasis here on papers published in Nature and Science. So the emphasis on sciences and mathematics and natural sciences here, which I think is a threat for humanities and social sciences. So the problem of a ranking by itself is that it's a relationship between a set of items. So it is not a benchmark, it's not an objective measurement, but it's always a relationship. So you're ranked higher or ranked lower to another indicator, which means that you have to relate to the first one. So actually the ranking is mirroring an idea of excellence that is always the first ranked university. For example, in the Shanghai ranking, this is from the start, is Harvard. So actually the Shanghai ranking is just measuring how much your university is relating to Harvard. So the closer you are like Harvard, based on the student numbers or all the ratios or the research income, the higher you are ranked in this list. So that also results in, you can see here on the left, overall score. So the darker, the better. That UK and US universities are ranked very high because they have the relative accessibility of administrative public data, but also they look a lot like each other. So you see that it's actually diminishing all the diversity in the academic world and puts a lot of emphasis on a specific idea of university that those rankings agencies set the standards for. So I think that, rankings increase inequality and diminish diversity, as already said. And it's problematic because they receive your data for free and they change the meaning of it. And they seduce you to compete and they coerce you to compete. And they are just selling their products. For example, an audit tool for almost 30,000 euros for a 3-year subscription. They also changed the idea of excellence to stay relevant because universities don't change so much over the years, each year. So they're just changing their methodology to stay relevant and produce something else to sell it to us. And they also reflect the higher education structure that they emerge from. They misrepresent academic structures that differ from the dominant model. And participating and contributing to improve rankings, as rankings agencies are always inviting universities to think along with them about the improvement of their rankings, then you're actually legitimizing these practices also if you attend their summits and if you subscribe to their programs. And yes, I also saw this in my research, a qualitative study in which I was interviewing a lot of administrators from public research universities in the Netherlands and of the research institutes that said that they are actually spending a lot of time and effort and sometimes money on these rankings each year. And here's maybe some quote that you can think of when you are thinking about these rankings also at Maastricht University or at universities in general. And there's some last remark that I want to make, especially today. So I won the Higher Education Thesis Award with my thesis. And I donated the money of the prize to the foundation you can see here on the right. It's called Young Borstkanker, Young Breast Cancer, because 1 out of 7 women suffer from breast cancer in their lives. And 20% of breast cancer patients is younger than 50. The first week I submitted the first week of the thesis semester, when I submitted my proposal, I found out I had a lump in my breast that had to be removed in this semester. And I'm super happy to be here today, to be actually back at Maastricht. And I'm super happy to say that I'm healthy and everything is fine. But I dedicate my prize to this foundation to also raise awareness, and to raise awareness also to all of you, to be aware of your body, to check your body often, and never hesitate to talk about these things and to go to your doctor when you're in doubt. Because I think it's it's really important to raise more awareness. So I dedicate my thesis prize to this foundation. Thank you for your attention. I see that there's also some questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Tessa. This was such an interesting presentation. I have about 20,000 questions myself, but let's start with everybody else first. Would anybody have a question for Tessa? I see now I have a question in the chat from Denise. What would be the alternative to these rankings?
I think that's a very interesting question, because also what I said, there is a lot of participation from Dutch universities, but they are also saying what is the alternative for us? Because if they use all their conservative estimators, we will drop in the rankings and it will be bad for us. So this is the least we can do to also like participate in those lists, because they're convinced that students actually look at it and that researchers also look at it, which I think it's not true, because most students, as you also know, they cannot choose between Harvard, Cambridge, and Oxford and think, well, where should I go? They are all like interesting to me. And also research has shown that most students choose universities that are actually close to their homes. So I think there needs to be more awareness of this, who is actually the public and the audience and people interested in these rankings, because we are not doing this for the students and also not for the researchers. If you look at these indicators, that's not a sign of, I think we all know, excellent teaching or excellent research. So I think there has to be more awareness around these rankings. And also, as I'm talking, also with a lot of people, for example, at Recognition Rewards Festival 1 month ago, Dutch universities can do something together to counter this and to also talk to the rankings agencies and say, this is actually bad for us. We, as academia, should also say, this is not what we stand for. We should really challenge that and say, like, we look for a different kind of system that is less dependent on this market-driven elements. I hope that answers your question, but it's hard to just summarize it in 5 minutes.
Of course, I have a little bit of a follow-up question, and then I'm going to give the floor to the others. So you also mentioned just now that we can talk to these agencies, we can talk amongst each other and figure out different pathways for this. And one way that I see that we have done this is this R&R initiative, the Recognition and Rewards. So I wonder if you have any idea of how those two would interact.
Do you mean Recognition and Rewards and the rankings agencies?
Yes.
Well, actually, one of the slides I included but took out because of the time is a retweet of Phil Beatty of Times Higher Education, who retweeted the position paper of Recognition and Rewards. And he said, this is such a good initiative of the Dutch universities. And I think that's exactly what they're doing, because Times Higher Education also gets in touch with Dutch universities and asks them, what do you think is a good new type of measurement, sustainable development goals? How can we include this? Something on gender, something on diversity, how can we really improve this? And that's also why I think if you interact with those rankings agencies, all the type of collaboration that you do is actually just giving them your data for free, just making them continue their business and making it possible that they just sell a new ranking or a new tool that other universities will buy. So they seem nice and they seem to be like collaborative, but I think Dutch universities should also be straight and say we are funded by taxpayers' money, and we aim at another way of looking at excellent research and excellent teaching, and this is not helping us, so we won't collaborate with you in this sense. And I think it will help if we raise awareness on these rankings and also say, this is what we're submitting, this is what we're giving away, and this is what we get back. A lot of work pressure that is actually, it has no results, because this is based on nothing. It has nothing to do with excellence.
Wow, thank you so much. This is incredibly disturbing, I have to say. So I see Madhura, you have your hand raised.
Yes. Hi, thank you for the very nice presentation. On one of your slides, you mentioned that reputation was something that was really taken into account. I was wondering how this reputation is measured. What is included in this very broad term called reputation?
Well, that's also interesting. I will try to keep it short. But there are surveys that are sent to academics or so-called academics and students. And actually this means that, because I talked to some of the people that received such an email, that everyone with an email address that ends like maastrichtuniversity.com or .nl or something like that can receive such a survey. So also if you work at the library or at facilities or somewhere else that has nothing to do, you need to list the 10 universities that come to mind if you talk about excellence. So for Maastricht, that can be problematic because they are young and not a lot of people know the city of Maastricht. But for example, for University of Amsterdam or the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam, this is very beneficial because a lot of people know Amsterdam. And of course, like the usual suspects as Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, all those universities will end up very high. But this is just something random that is sent out to people. And also when we ask those agencies actually who did reply, who are those people, they will never tell you that.
Okay, thank you. That explains it a bit.
And I have one last question for you at the chat from Denise. What would be the alternative then?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's always the question that comes up. And of course, it's very important because, well, yeah, we can conclude it's bad, but we also have to conclude that this is something we cannot escape from, as they will keep ranking universities based on their own conservative estimators. Well, I think it's just that we need to talk about this together, and that we also should say, well, we don't want to be in an institution or in a system that is led and driven by all these market, like this academic capitalist indicators that are actually withholding us from doing research in the right way at the pace that we want, also for the money that we want, in the teams that we want, instead of all these individual indicators that count so heavily for this. If you are working in humanities, you are not writing articles every month. So you also see that for your colleagues, these things are really like destroying also their careers. This is not the academia we should aim for. I think also this final quote that you will see in the slides, if you will receive them, is something that we need to keep in mind. Like, we are universities, it's not hard for us to say what is good science and what is bad. Like, we need to push back at bad ranking methods, or at least weaken their legitimacy. And I think that really summarizes it well.
Tessa, thank you so much for this presentation. It really affected us all. I can see in the chat you get some more questions that maybe you can type the answer. Okay, now we move to our next speaker, who will raise a topic which is highly relevant and topical at this currently. Hannah Christie will discuss digitalizing dementia care during COVID. Hannah, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, great. I'll just start sharing my screen. Here we go. Is this on the correct screen? Is it full screen? Okay, good. Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Christie. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Alzheimer's Center Limburg. And today I'll be talking about digitizing dementia care during COVID-19. Specifically with some lessons of an online intervention that we've developed over the last, it's got to be almost 10 years now at the Alzheimer's Center, and how we adapted it to the sort of changing healthcare context over the last 2 years, and what we've learned about that in terms of, or that would be useful for digitizing healthcare. So the COVID-19 pandemic had serious consequences for the mental and physical health of people with dementia and their loved ones. A survey by Alzheimer Netherlands showed that, there we go, that 61% of carers feel that care had been harder to provide since the COVID-19 pandemic. And the pandemic also changed attitudes towards online support and really forced healthcare systems to reinvent themselves in a new digital direction. And I don't know if you know, but healthcare has long been sort of behind in digitizing compared to other sectors, that, let's say, banking, for example. And benefits of online support include, you can reach more remote areas, you can improve care efficiency, reduce costs, and provide alternatives that are safer to vulnerable users and healthcare professionals, like COVID-wise, I mean, in this sense. And research has shown that both clients and professionals are increasingly comfortable using digital solutions. And yeah, as a result, like, people are using more and more of these digital support options for dementia, including video chatting or messaging. So a relevant context when I talk about e-health for dementia, or sorry, a relevant example in this context when I talk about e-health for dementia is Partner in Balance. Partner in Balance is a digital intervention to support informal carers of people with dementia. Informal carers are like friends or family who provide unpaid support because of a social relationship that they have with the person with dementia. And the Partner in Balance intervention lasts 8 weeks, and it consists of online modules, videos, and tips from fellow dementia caregivers. And these informal carers who participate in Partner in Balance receive feedback from an online coach. Our emphasis is on self-management. So carers can use these tools they learn and formulate step-by-step plans in the future to sort of find solutions to the challenges they face. Also, because dementia is a progressive disease, it'll keep changing. So we want them to really take those tools onwards and be able to solve any issues they might have in the future, or not any, but hopefully help them towards finding solutions. So the Partner in Balance coaches are care professionals who have experience with dementia. In a lot of cases, they're case managers or like district nurses, and they follow an online training to become a Partner in Balance coach. So our research has shown that Partner in Balance is effective in improving quality of life, self-efficacy, and sense of competence in informal caregivers. And there was a big sort of e-health scaling up project in the Netherlands as part of COVID, where they wanted to provide funding for just online solutions to help people who became totally isolated, especially people with dementia and older people during the pandemic. And as a result, we gained hundreds of new users between September and December 2020. And yeah, I'll just formulate a few of our lessons learned about scaling up these kind of evidence-based psychological support tools that help people online. So a key lesson was that we really needed to focus on increasing the self-efficacy of healthcare professionals, who now need all of a sudden to integrate these new digital methods into their daily clinical practice. So we'd always focused on improving caregiver self-efficacy. And by self-efficacy, I mean like the belief in yourself that you can do something, or that you have the skills to make something happen. And in this case, caregiving, and you're maintaining your relationship with the person with dementia. And we'd always focused on the caregiver. And then we really realized we have two different target groups. And it's a very scary thing for care professionals to have to do everything online all of a sudden. And if they don't feel comfortable, you just won't get to the point where you can help informal carers. So we really focused on redoing our training so that healthcare professionals feel sufficiently prepared and motivated to deploy digital solutions. And we found that in research on these types of interventions, this perspective is almost always overlooked. And then my second and final lesson is that the scaling up showed that there was a large variation in background and needs of our coaches. So from this experience with coaching with a much broader and diverse range of coaches and scaling up this project, we've seen that we really need to improve the coach training and tailor it more, because just like the informal caregivers, all of the coaches are different and have different needs. So yeah, that's what we're taking on and like scaling up further, and hopefully really using this research to help as many people as possible. So yeah, I'll leave it there. But my main conclusion is that even though you're developing an intervention for caregivers, the training for the healthcare professionals could end up being like one of the most crucial parts.
Okay, thank you so much. While you were talking, I had a lot of questions, but some of them you answered. But I was wondering, did you see in your study that you lose something through the digitalization of this? That something is gone, that it's not the same, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, you know, I talked about the advantages for e-health, but obviously what we always say is that it's not suitable for everyone. We want to offer it as a tool in situations where, like in a pandemic, you cannot meet face-to-face. Then this is one of the tools that healthcare professionals can have in their arsenal. But yeah, research has also shown that sort of e-health interventions that are blended, so where you do have like human interaction, for instance, with the coach, are the most effective. So I think that you're definitely right that, you know, we can never take everything completely online. But yeah, my argument would be that it's a good tool to have for when you need it.
Yes. Okay, very good. Okay, Matilde, I will give you the floor.
Thank you for this presentation. It was really interesting. Yeah, so if I understood well, the training, the partner in balance, right? Is that yeah? So that's for your the caregiver, right? But do you also have training for the patient? Like, is that something you're also looking into?
Yeah, we're looking into that now. So we've mostly focused on the caregiver, and it started out like, let's say, the regular caregiver, and then we moved in like the partner, and then we moved into children and also different types of dementia. You have, you know, Alzheimer's and frontotemporal dementia, and then we moved into Huntington's and Parkinson's. And now that we've had quite a lot of experience with the platform, we're more comfortable moving towards the person with dementia. But yeah, it's quite hard, obviously, due to the nature of the disease and learning new things. But yeah, we have a PhD student working on that right now. We're calling it patient imbalance for the moment, but it might be called something else in the end.
Okay, well, hope it works then.
Okay, thank you. Danai?
Thank you again for your presentation. It was also super interesting. I have two questions that are quite different, and one relates a little bit to the inclusivity of a structure like this, because there are a lot of boundaries, let's say, a lot of things in the way, because there is a requirement for tech literacy. There is a requirement that somebody, you know, has access, financial access, or ability-wise that they, you know, they are able to interact with something like this. So moving on, in the future, where we see a lot of healthcare also being digitized generally outside of crises, how do we make sure that we also account for the more vulnerable groups, so the more marginalized communities that may not have access to these things? That's one question.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question, and one I also asked myself. And yeah, as a result, I have a fellowship starting in July about e-health for dementia from an intersectional perspective. So on Partner in Balance, all of a sudden, like from interviews with people as well, we noticed that, wow, like everyone on this website is sort of a heterosexual white couple. And I imagine that if you're, you know, if you come from a different background, you have a different type of relationship, you'd have totally different needs also when going into a care home and things like that. So I don't have an answer to it yet, but starting from July, I'll be spending a year looking at sort of how we can make sure that when we develop online tools for dementia, we're really taking everyone into account, also from an equity perspective, like what needs to happen to make it available to everyone. And that's sort of my pitch as well with this, and that Partner in Balance started as a research project, but we really put a lot of effort like in maintaining it for 10 years, and we keep tacking on research projects, but it also makes it like more available, and we keep finding out new things. So that's a bit of my advocating for sustainability of research projects as well, that they don't just disappear after a PhD project. You can still do a lot with them after.
Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that you are actually going to be tackling this. Do I have time for my other teeny tiny little question?
No.
No, I will write it in the chat.
The chat.
But thank you very much.
No, but Hannah, that's really amazing. And I really liked also what you said in the end, that you want the PhD to keep the topic to keep going. So thank you so much and good luck with the fellowship next year. Okay, now we move to our next speaker, who is Akudo Magi. She will discuss Poland's PIS frame and the contestation of human rights in the EU. So this is again an entirely different topic, but extremely interesting, especially for my field. So Akudo, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll just try to share my screen. I think I'm going to kick you off screen sharing. That should be okay. Oops. All right, just a second while I get my screen. Okay, I trust everyone can see my screen now. Just the slide. Okay, great. So I'll go ahead and get started. I thought maybe instead of presenting all of my research, which looks at both the contestation of human rights and rule of law in Poland, I would focus on just one particular snapshot of my research, which is actually about a paper that I'll be presenting next month at a conference. The paper is entitled Anti-Gender Discourse in the Contestation of Human Rights, the Case of Poland's Peace in the European Parliament. Oops, I think I have to move everybody's picture out of the way. All right, great. So first, to give maybe a little bit of background for my research, where my paper started, my PhD research focuses on Poland and particularly the Law and Justice, or the Peace Party in Poland, that has been in power since 2015. So what I was noticing in Poland is that reproductive and LGBT rights especially had been kind of severely restricted and threatened since 2015, although the situation wasn't perfect before then. But what I thought was really strange was that this was actually happening at the same time that the EU was actually making pretty good ground at kind of couching these norms, or these rights, LGBT plus rights and reproductive rights, as matters of human rights. And as human rights are a fundamental norm in the EU, they kind of achieve a protected status once you say that reproductive and LGBT rights are matters of human rights. So I was wondering how these two seemingly divergent processes are happening, both that human rights in some areas are coming under threat, just as the union was saying that these matters are human rights and they're quite important to us and we're putting them in our directives and so on. So I was interested in kind of why these coordinated efforts from EU member states, EU institutions were still happening, even though there was kind of the significant pushback from particular member states. Hungary is also another example, but in this case, I'm just focusing on Poland. And yeah, I wanted to understand why there was this level of disagreement or contestation, what some of the arguments were legitimizing this contestation of human rights, and what some of the potential aims were for this contestation or this disagreement with human rights norm. And for this, just for this paper, I'm looking at debates in the European Parliament. So just to back up a little bit more, because I've so far used two terms which I haven't yet defined that are pretty central to my research. And here I just want to talk about norms and contestation. I use a very particular definition of norms here for the people who are from international relations, so that already tells you kind of where my research is housed, but if not, it doesn't matter. So here for norms, I just define them as standards of behavior for someone with a given identity. So if you want to identify as belonging to a certain community, to a certain religion, to a certain group, there are typically norms that kind of constrain your behavior that say that if you do belong to this particular community, you demonstrate these kinds of behaviors because they're appropriate, and you don't do these kind of things because they're inappropriate. And contestation, really put simply, is just a disagreement about the meaning of a norm. So it can be a disagreement about the norm's reach, its scope, its content, any of those things. And it has two forms. Sorry, I also should back up to say something else about norms before I go to contestation. I wanted to say that norms also have a dual quality. So they are not only constraining your behavior, they not only tell you what is appropriate or inappropriate according to what kind of behavior you should maintain in a particular community, but they can also be changed by you. And contestation is one of the ways of changing a norm or updating a norm or creating a new norm or so on. But there are two forms of this contestation. So the first is a reactive form of contestation, which is just refusing to implement a norm or rejecting a norm outright. And the second form of contestation is actually proactive contestation, which is kind of critically engaging with a norm. So you challenge a norm in order to maybe make its meaning wider so that there are things included in the norm that weren't included before, like LGBT plus and reproductive rights, or you challenge a norm to say, oh no, I don't think these things should be included in a norm, or you want to create a new norm. There's some motion towards changing the norm itself rather than just rejecting the norm is the difference in this form of contestation. Yeah. So this is just an overview that I don't have time to go through all of it, but I just wanted to give some kind of representation of the kind of arguments I found when I was looking at the actual discourse in the European Parliament coming from PiS. And maybe I think it would be helpful to talk about some of the most important findings. So if you see the last item, if you see the last item on this list, this is one of my most important findings, is that there's not only this reactive contestation, so there's not only a rejection of a norm outright, but there are also attempts, there are also attempts by PiS at reshaping the understanding of human rights in the European Union, specifically at creating an understanding of human rights in the European Union that kind of addresses the rights and needs of particular groups, specifically those with kind of conservative traditionalist values. The second finding I saw in my research that I thought was quite interesting is that some of this discourse actually is not endemic to PiS or to Poland or to Central and Eastern Europe or even to Europe in general, but it's actually a part of this global discourse which has been developing at least since the late 1990s, called anti-gender discourse. There's a definition here which you will also get on the slides. But in short, AGD, or anti-gender discourse, is used to attack a number of ideas that are associated with the so-called gender agenda, including the ideas here. So LGBT plus rights is there, reproductive rights is there, but also things like sexual education, political correctness, and so on. And scholars have actually shown that this discourse can act as more or less a symbolic glue for different groups to come together in service of thwarting the so-called gender agenda, even when they're very ideologically diverse groups that otherwise may have not worked together in different circumstances. So I think it would be really interesting to see how this discourse becomes kind of a rallying point for different groups and what impact that might have on international organizations like the EU, because there's been quite a bit of research done on this discourse in international organizations, but it's mostly being targeted towards UN World Conferences. And I think that is, yeah, I'll stop there because I think I'm already at 5 minutes. So.
Yes, thank you, Akudo, for this very interesting presentation. Well, I'm thinking also how the situation in Poland affects legal matters, and and this is from where my question comes from. So how could you extrapolate the results of this research, or like the premise that you have, to to other matters of human rights, not only gender, but also, for example, the independency of courts, or you know, this type of more legal issues?
Yeah, I think that's really interesting because my other topic is also on rule of law, and I look very specifically at the takeover of the Polish Constitutional Tribunal, but also the compromising of other courts in Poland. And I think what's really helpful is to look at the discourse because Poland, or PiS, is a democratically elected party still, and it is a member of the European Union. So it does have to kind of legitimize its domestic decision making on two fronts, not just for its domestic audience, for its constituents, for those whom it hopes to win votes for in the next elections, but also before the EU and European institutions, which have been increasingly putting pressure on members of PiS, particularly in the parliament. So there is going to be some kind of discourse to legitimize or to explain the decisions that are happening. And I think it's really important to then unpack it from the discourse. As it regards rule of law, a lot of the arguments are not actually, in my opinion, attempts to change the rule of law norm. They're more or less just arguments that are either argue about the EU's competencies to affect matters that are in the remit of member states, so national judiciary systems, or is a judiciary I forgot the word, but it's an argument about the remit of national states to have kind of control over their own judiciary systems, but most of them are just kind of deflection. So they're really just denying that there is a takeover of courts. There's this argument that no, we're just doing court reforms. Polish courts had many inefficacies, which was true, but actually none of these reforms obviously did anything to affect or to improve the Polish court system. So I think it's really important just to not only look at the decision making, but to also look at the discourse and also see how things are being contested. And if there is actually an attempt to widen a norm, to challenge it that way, or just to, basically say that nothing's going on, don't pay attention to what is happening over here, or you don't have the right to look at what's happening over here and to move on, because in that case, as it regards rule of law, then that really just looks like an attempt to continue dismantling courts unchecked with no real argument behind what you're doing.
Yeah, Kudu, thank you so much for this super interesting presentation. I personally have one more question, but I will drop it in the chat because to keep it with the time. So thank you so much, and we will now move to the next speaker. Milena Franke, who will discuss the issue of public international law and Palestinian child soldiers, which is a super interesting and very sensitive topic as well. So Milena, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I will try to share my screen. Yes, can you see it?
Yes, and Milena, are you a student or?
I'm a student, yes.
Okay, very nice, thank you.
So yes, I'm Milena. I'm a Palestinian and Iranian law student, so I'm in my final year at the European Law School. And I'm currently in the UK, so I'm conducting a semester abroad, and this is a research I've been working on for, I think, the past 2 years. So to work on specifically how public international law protects Palestinian child soldiers, but specifically child prisoners who are spending most of their time because of the reason they're child soldiers. So the question is, what is public international law, as this might be useful for participants without a legal background. So it is known to be the law of nations, as it discusses the relationship between states, including international organizations, most prominent one, the United Nations. It is also known as the body of legal rules, principles, and norms, specifically case law derived from, for example, the ICJ. And the purpose of why public international law has been come up is that there's a historic and present-day effort to address international issues arising. And this should not be confused with private international law, which deals more with matters of private citizens or private entities. So for example, in the case of child abduction. So first, I would like to give you an overview of the Palestinian cause to just give some background information. So I used the example of the Al-Nakba, so the ethnic cleansing and displacement of 8 million Palestinians, including the illegal destruction and seizure of more than 550 Palestinian villages. So up until 2021, 74% of the Palestinian population are now considered to be refugees. So they're living mostly in refugee camps, either in neighboring countries such as Jordan or Lebanon, or in Palestine, such as in Gaza. So yeah, coming to the topic of children in occupied Palestine. So short facts, 91% of Palestinian children in Gaza are diagnosed with PTSD, whereas almost 50% were detained contact with a lawyer, which is obviously the right to for every child to have a lawyer. 81% endured physical beatings, 89% suffered verbal abuse, and over 50% were threatened with harm to their families, including strip searches. So this is one of the most prominent Palestinian child prisoners, Dima Al-Wawi. So she is the youngest Palestinian child prisoner. She was detained at the age of 12. While she was on her way to school, she was threatened and arrested by the occupation forces, forced to lay blindfolded with her face shoved against the pavement.
And she spent a total time of 4.5 months in Israeli prisons at the age of 12. We also have another example of how this looks like from another city in Al Khalil in occupied Palestine from 2015. I'm trying to, yes, so I also have another example of Ahed Tamimi. So perhaps you might have heard of her as well. She was arrested in the middle of the night whilst being asleep, and the interrogation was without a lawyer being present or a family member. Threats have been made against her family during the interrogation, and she was severely beaten during the interrogation as well. So the question is, how does the International Human Rights Framework respond to that, specifically from the perspective of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child? Sorry, it's a bit messed up. I don't know why. Yes, so the most common charges are, for example, stone throwing. So if a child throws a stone, it gets a 10-year sentence without the intention of hurting somebody. If there is intention of hurting somebody, it goes up to 20 years. Palestinians are also tried at the age of 16, which is very rare around the world to be tried at the age of 16. They can also be detained for up to many years, the highest, as you can see, 20 years, without knowing what is actually being charged against them. So the different stages of the detention are first the arrest, so 3 out of 4 children experience physical violence. And once they're being transferred, they're being blindfolded and forced into a vehicle. And then arriving at the interrogation, they're being sleep deprived and frightened because there's no awareness on why they have been charged. During the hearing, there's nobody conducting the hearing in the mother language, so there's no translation possible either. And I will jump into the legal framework as well right after. And the sentence is the highest one, up to 20 years, which is a very common sentence being applied for Palestinian children. So we can see from the UNCRC in Article 40, paragraph 1, that states parties are supposed to recognize the right of every child, which has been illegally infringed the penal law, to still be treated in a manner consistent with the promotion of the child's sense and the fundamental freedoms. So that's a very important provision of the UNCRC. In the second paragraph, we can also see that states parties shall be presumed to be innocent until proven guilty according to the law, which is not really applied because they're being presumed guilty in that case until they're proven to be innocent. So what we can also see from the 2 examples I've provided, that they're supposed to be informed promptly and directly. They're supposed to be legal, appropriate assistance, especially for children, to represent their rights and not to be pressured into giving a testimony, such as being threatened or severely beaten to give a response, and to have full privacy being protected. We can also see in Article 37 instead that no child shall be subjected to torture or cruel or inhuman or degrading treatment, as well as being deprived of their liberty unlawfully. So even if the child is being detained lawfully, it should still be treated with humanity and respect for the dignity of the person, and obviously receive access to a lawyer as soon as possible. So these are responses from the international community, which have been given a lot of pressure to release children. In 2021, there have been 500 Palestinian children only in the West Bank being detained, who are still serving sentences up to 20 years for throne stone. And yes, that was my presentation. If there are any questions, you can also email me or just write them in the chat box.
Thank you, Milena. It's a really heartbreaking topic. I wanted to, I can see Matilda has a question, so she has priority.
Thank you. I have a question. So I'm not sure whether I understood correctly. So you say that the most common charge is stone throwing. And so because they throw stone, they're considered child soldier by the Israeli authorities, I'm guessing? Yeah, so the occupation forces assume that if this stone is being thrown, these are like Palestinian child soldiers belonging to, for example, connotations to the Hamas or other parts, and then being charged for that. Yes.
And do you have, like, is there evidence of how often it is actually the case that they're part of those, I don't want to say terrorist group, but like a resistance group, or is it just also children throwing stones? You know?
So there's both. There are indeed Palestinian child soldiers being voluntarily active for that, but there are also many Palestinian children who are throwing these stones as a response for being, for example, threatened. So most of these Palestinian children who are just in the city are walking around and then just being, I would say, randomly threatened to just be charged for something which they haven't really done. So there's not a really black and white answer. Throughout my research, I've figured out that there's many cases where they have been confused with Palestinian child soldiers. So that's why they got the highest charge for serving up to 20 years. But for now, there's no concrete answer for that.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to give the floor to Madhura. Then sorry, are you going to go last?
Thank you for the presentation. I see in the chat that Sangeeta has a similar question. My question is more to do with you as a researcher and a little less with the content of the presentation. But I can imagine that working on such a sensitive topic is quite stressful, and it's quite hard. I can't even imagine. How do you deal with it as a researcher who's constantly having to look at information that is so distressing? How do you separate it from your work and from your personal life? Or
That's a very good question. So I'm actually Palestinian myself, so it does definitely influence me whenever I do my research. So there's obviously a huge gap between trying to be professional, but also not trying to be overly emotional as in what you're like trying to figure out. I think over the past years, I've been trying to separate it. So just between informing myself more about what's happening and informing other people. And I feel like if I'm informing myself, I do let my emotions out, which is very human. But if I know that this is for the purpose of raising awareness to other people, I am trying to be more professional and keep it very neutral in that sense. I hope this answered your question.
It did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Danai?
Yes, first of all, I want to piggyback from what was just mentioned, and I want to tell you that keep using emotions. I know that a lot of us in science, especially in the social sciences, we have to separate ourselves from our research topic, and we can't have emotions. And I know the audience is a little bit not in the social sciences, but this is some colonial stuff that we're not allowed to have emotions in research. We are. And I want to thank you also for doing this type of research as a Palestinian woman, because you're exactly the person to have a voice in this. Now, the question is, because at the time I'm so tired of saying we are outraged and we are blah, blah, blah. How do we move beyond outrage? What's the next step? Which is a huge question. I do realize this. But from your own expertise.
That's a very good question. I need to think about it. I think what we can do next for many people, because there's a lot like, there's not really transparency. There are a lot of people being especially very much influenced by media who have not really tried to do research on the legal field, which is very essential for that, because there's no research without looking into the legal aspects of it and to argue whether there have been violations or not. And I think for the upcoming years now, there's definitely awareness needing to be raised on particular fields of decolonization, to raise more awareness about how to use certain terminology. So there are people saying this is a conflict, there are other people saying this is the cause. So just to find the right terminology, which is good for everybody, as I would say. So where it doesn't really seem hurtful or vulnerable for certain people. And I think there definitely needs to be a good balance between that. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. It gets worse in terms of topics because now it is the turn for Jewel de la Cruz, who will discuss internet child sexual abuse, an integrated approach. And if I'm not mistaken, Jewel, you're also a student. I'm particularly happy to see students who do research and to present in this type of festival. So, Jewel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor. I was your student last period, so happy.
I remember, yes, of course.
Yes, so thank you very much. Okay, and as Professor Christina said, the topic gets worse, but I hope you'll be with me as we go through this very quickly. So I will be presenting my ongoing research. Unlike the others who have finished theirs, it's an ongoing research. It's quite early at the stage, but I'm very happy to share this already, at least just to get insights also from you. I will be working on curbing internet child sexual abuse using the integrated approach. And my name is Jewel, and I am a student of the Forensics Criminology and Law Master's Program. Okay, the outline very quickly, we will be discussing what internet child sexual abuse is all about and the current global landscapes and the approach on how to combat it. We will look into what integrated approach is and what the role is, particularly of technological companies, the technological giants. Okay, so what is it about internet child sexual abuse? From the word itself, you can already gather that there are three main elements here. There is an act that is involved, sexual abuse and exploitation, and the means is it is done online. The victim are, of course, children. Other jurisdictions and non-government organizations, they call this online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. So quite different mnemonics, or the term that they use to call it, but the idea is it is done online, this child abuse. There is no more physical component that is happening, and the victims, of course, are the children. So perpetrators, they use the very such technological developments. It's making our lives easier to explore ways to access children and to exploit them. While there is no universally accepted definition yet of this internet child sexual abuse or the online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, it comes in many forms. It could also be called cyber child exploitation, grooming, online child pornography. But at least for academic purposes, one way to define it is that this online sexual exploitation is an exploitation of children by traffickers. So there is a third person, usually near the children. They have access to the children, and they create child sexual exploitation materials, usually again through the direction of someone who is on the other part of the world. Think of someone, a Dutch person, who is directing a child through the person near the child. It could be a mother, it could be an aunt of the child, assisting her online and telling her what to do, and then they do it. So these three persons, they are all involved in the online sexual exploitation of children. The director, the customer from abroad, say a Dutch person, would be asking the child to do sexually exploitative acts. And again, another common form of online sexual exploitation that's becoming more mainstream is that perpetrators directly contact the children through grooming. Worldwide, there are several emerging trends. One that I mentioned is, of course, the evolving technology. And there is growing demand for live streaming, meaning they just don't want anything that is recorded already. They want something new contents involving the children. So they direct them on what to do and ask them to do it the way that these customers want to see it. In the Philippines, where I come from, I am a lawyer who is working as a prosecutor for these children in while prosecuting human trafficking, online child sexual exploitation, and child pornography in the Philippines. And there, the International Justice Mission has rescued more than 750 survivors since they started working on this in 2011. And what's sad about it is that more than 40% are 12 years old or younger. And in the Netherlands, even though we are in Europe, it's not spared from this horrible threat to the children. The Minister of Justice of the Netherlands described this rapid rise in the volume of online child pornography as worrying and abhorrent. It has grown by more than 1,000% over the course of 5 years. And this one is the data from 2019. And there is this US-based National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We call it NCMEC. They have cyber tipline reports. They saw 31% increase in the number of images, media that is related to child exploitation reported to them. What can the state do to combat it? The traditional approach is we search for the perpetrators, we search for the child traffickers, and hold them accountable. However, we have this integrated approach that could be more effective in curbing internet online sexual exploitation. And this approach is, the idea is to attack the administrative part of criminal activities. We involve administrative bodies to combat this crime. The ambition is to develop this integrated approach from administrative bodies, not just those from criminal justice system, not just the police, not just the prosecutors, but other bodies, other administrative bodies, and make them interact with each other to combat online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. In this approach, the most important partners are outside the law enforcement. They are the private partners, such as technological giants, technology companies, and financial companies. Instead of focusing on the offenders, the perpetrators, their behaviors, their motivations, we look at opportunities. The bottom line is we make it more difficult for the perpetrators to commit the crime. We make it more risky. We reduce their rewards. For instance, the Dutch and the American government are already focused on working with information and communication technology. They are cleaning up the internet. They are removing existing child sexual abuse materials on the web. But if you see that the term cleaning up, it's already existing. The problem would be, what if it's live stream? It's happening right now. Can the technological giants be able to filter that and be able to identify the perpetrators, locate the victims? That is the question that's looming. So there in the Netherlands, this multidisciplinary approach has so far been effective. In September of 2021, 18.2 billion child sexual abuse images were checked by information and communication technological partners. They have these hits of abuse materials and then they tag it for removal. Then partner with this information and communication technology companies in order to remove them and clean up this internet. So again, as I mentioned, this is quite huge in a sense that we're working with these technological giants. They are private companies. They're not the state, but we can tap them in order to make it more difficult for the perpetrators to commit the crime. We don't attack them directly, but attack the opportunities that they have within them in order to curb internet online child sexual abuse. So there, while it is a difficult topic to go through, the idea is we can do something about it, not just police officers, not just a job for police officers, but it's a job for private companies, other administrative bodies, in order to curb this type of crime. Thank you very much, and I am open for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jewel, for this fantastic presentation. I was particularly intrigued with the integrative approach. It kind of gives a way out, which is very different. Danai, I know that you have questions about this because you sent me a WhatsApp saying that you have 50 questions. Could you ask one or two only?
You're limiting my potential. Okay, I have one about what you mentioned about prevention and from the side also of the perpetrator. And I remember I read a couple of articles a while ago about using AI as a tool to deter perpetrators, which is a very, very debatable approach. And myself, I don't really endorse it. So be able basically to take the frustration to an AI simulated child instead of an actual child. What is your understanding of this, and what do you think? Would it make it worse, or would it help? Or
well, at least from my perspective, from what I have seen, even this AI, even this artificial artificial children being shown online. It's still the children are still shown there. They are in the minds of the perpetrators. They still think that they are accessing children, and that is dangerous, because what if they wanted to move towards the real thing instead of just being stuck with this AI thing? So it's dangerous. We have to curve all of it, and that is not a solution. It could be a band-aid solution, but that's all that it could be. It's a band-aid solution.
I completely agree with you.
Yes, also the pornography, virtual pornography of non-real children is actually criminalized in some EU countries. It's even a part of the directive, and it is as an optional type of criminalization. So, okay. Danai, do you mind if I give the floor to Milena, and then we can come back to you? Milena.
Yes, I have a question, which I also recently got for myself. So as it concerns children, and there are like two different approaches, so retributive and restorative justice. What do you believe, which approach would be the best in this case for such a topic like that?
At least for the cases that I have handled, it's still the restorative justice for the perpetrators. We put them to jail, and in the hopes that they'll be able to restore what they still have. I have this one particular case where one of the traffickers is the mother of the children, and asking her about it, and she said, "I admit what I have done, but I know that I have to go to jail to work on myself and just pay for the price of what I did." And I think that still works, at least for the Philippine government. But I'm not sure how it is yet for other countries. But as to the children, I wanted to emphasize also that there is hope. At least in the Philippines, there are several organizations that are working with the children, and we focus on trauma-informed care. It's not just about children asking them to, okay, tell us what has happened. It's just we focus on asking them to be interviewed just once and not repeating it, already having it on a video recording, and that's it. Move on with your life, child. That's something that I think it's very hopeful, at least for us who are helping these children.
Thank you so much. Incredibly interesting topic and depressing. Madura, I was wondering, because we're a little bit tight with the time, would you mind if you were to drop your question in the chat, and instead of you asking the question, you do your presentation now? Because now it is the turn of Madura Rao, who will discuss about a completely different topic, utilizing unwanted catch in Dutch food bank parcels.
I'm going to try to share my screen. Just a second.
And by catch, I guess you mean fish, or?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Something's wrong with my sharing. Oh. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Madura Rao, and I am a PhD candidate with the Food Claims Center Venlo. My research looks at food waste in the context of EU law and policy. Today, I'm going to be speaking about a recently published study of mine that focuses on utilizing unwanted fishing catch in food bank parcels in the Netherlands. Before I get into the topic itself, I would like to mention that this started out as a student project at University College Venlo. I had the privilege to supervise 6 brilliant young women whose passion for the project turned it into a paper with very interesting results and something that could actually be published. So, starting with the background of the topic, in 2013, something called the landing obligation was introduced in the EU. It focused on reducing the discards at sea, which means that all fishers had to land everything that they caught with certain exceptions, such as for species that were endangered or fish that have high survivability if you put them back into the sea. So what is happening now is that all fish which is caught needs to be landed. Nothing can be discarded at sea because it causes waste, it disturbs ecosystems. So everything needs to be landed. There is a bit of a debate about what this kind of fish should be called, but for our study, we call it unwanted catch because it is unwanted by all involved parties. And it usually ends up as waste because there are no guidelines in this law about what should happen to this fish that is now being landed. Coming to the second part of my title, which is food banks in the Netherlands. The Netherlands has a network of over 170 food banks across the country. You can see it in the map here. They are doing an incredible job at trying to improve food security for a part of the 1 million citizens who live under the poverty threshold. And the food banks get their parcels, they call it parcels, from donations from supermarkets or distributors who have surplus food that they can give out instead of throwing away. But the food banks, despite of their incredible effort, often are unable to provide nutritionally balanced parcels. And from previous research, it is known that these parcels particularly lack fruit and fish. So with our study, what we tried to do is make a link between this excessive fish, which is often being thrown away, and the lack of seafood in food bank parcels. We used a mixed methods approach, firstly by conducting a survey among food bank users in Venlo, where we are located, to ask if they're interested in receiving more fish in the first place. And then we conducted interviews with relevant stakeholders, including the board of the food banks, researchers working in the fisheries in the Netherlands, important industry leaders, to ask what their perspective is on this topic. We received quite a good response. We had 138 survey responses, and 72% of the food bank users in Venlo said that they wanted more fish, of whom 98% were willing to try unwanted catch. We explained to them what unwanted catch was, and this is, of course, on the condition that it is safe to consume. There was no difference noticed among gender or age groups. From what we heard from stakeholders, we realized that there is inconclusive data on the availability of unwanted catch. A lot of stakeholders did not view this fish as food to begin with. Their attitude towards it was that from the moment it is caught, it is waste. So they don't see it as food that is being wasted. Also, to process this fish, to make it look like the fish that is available in the supermarket, is a very high cost process. And there is, we're not clear about who would bear this cost. Would it be the fishing industry? Would it be the food banks? So there's debate about that as well. And although it is illegal to sell this fish to consumers in the EU, we know that food banks would face competition from non-food markets, as well as black markets who buy this fish for rock bottom prices, although it is not accounted for, but that is what is happening behind the scenes. And there would also be a lot of logistical difficulties, not from the food banks, because they have a very well-established supply chain. They know how to do these kind of activities. But the fisheries industry has never worked with donation before. They are not sure how to arrange logistics. So this is what we gathered from our interviews. And coming to the conclusions, we realized that there are several economic, legislative, social barriers to this kind of fish being utilized in food banks. One possibility is to turn it into processed fish products, which you can see on the right on my slide. This would make it much more accessible for people who use the food bank, but also for consumers who are interested in buying these kind of products and reducing food waste. But for this to happen, there needs to be action at EU as well as member state levels, because currently there guidelines, there are no rules about what should happen with this fish. So it is going from being waste, food waste at sea to being food waste at land, and without concrete action, it will continue to happen. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. If you have
Thank
any
you so much. Thank you. And I wanted to ask you, when you say, so at this point, there has been no EU action, so no harmonization, no requirement to deal with this issue?
No, also because the view on the small sized fish is very different. We know that, for example, from the Mediterranean region, there was interest in member states saying that, okay, if this fish is landed, we should use it, because in our market, there is a demand for this smaller fish. Consumers are actually interested. But in Northern Europe, the view was that, no, you should not allow it to be consumed, because if fishers can get a profit from selling this for human consumption, they're going to continue to catch this fish. So there was, yeah.
Okay. Akudo, would you like to ask something?
Yeah, first, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really interesting. And I'm wondering, is it possible to look at similar kind of food waste efforts or efforts to reduce food waste? For instance, there are a lot of companies that have begun to do this, like Ugly Foods Box, or farmers, for instance, who will sell you food that hasn't been cleaned. So that way you use less water by cleaning it yourself, as opposed to it going through like a process of systematic cleaning in some kind of machine, or fruit that's too small to meet normal standards to be in a supermarket or something like that. Is that helpful in any way, or is it just that the legislation and all these other issues that you just mentioned are so impassable that it's not really that helpful to look at these other examples?
Well, when you look at fruits and vegetables, it is not illegal for people to eat them or for farmers to sell them to consumers. But with this fish, fishers are not allowed to sell it. And even if it changes and they are allowed to sell it for human consumption, Dutch consumers are not the biggest fish consumers. We also see that in the national report about what people are eating. So Dutch people will eat fish only if they have it very clean, filleted, and, like really ready to put in the frying pan or the oven. And that makes it a bit harder with these fish because they can be quite small. And of course, people around the world do eat smaller fish. But this is something that does not attract Dutch consumers for some reason.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question, but I'll just stick it in the chat, actually.
Okay, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. And thank you all for pitching your ideas and your research. It has been extremely interesting, and I really love this festival because you see the diversity of topics, and we get students, we get postdocs. It's a really fascinating celebration of research, of the research that we do at Maastricht University. So yes, we have our next session. I think officially it starts at 11. It's 11:45, but I think let's do it at 11:50 to give a little bit some time to get a refreshment. Okay, so thank you all, and stay tuned for 11:50, so for 10 minutes for the second session. Thank you. Hello, everyone. And welcome to the second session of the Women's Researchers Festival. This is the second festival that we organize, that FEM organizes. We had a very, very nice first session with quite different topics and a very fruitful discussion. And now we'll start our second session. And I think we should start immediately with our first speaker. I see here that it is Denise Petzold, Between Music and a Museum. So this is a very, very optimistic, nice topic. Denise, are you here?
Yes, Christina, thank you. I'm here.
Yeah, I saw that you also asked a lot of questions in the previous session. So now is the time for you to shine. Yes. So I'm really looking forward to hear about your topic. It sounds very optimistic in comparison to the more difficult topics that we discussed last session. So you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Christina. Yeah, I think I will maybe provide some welcome change from the very sad topics before. So I hope I can keep up the good mood. So yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Denise. I'm a fourth year PhD candidate at FAUSOS, as well as the Maastricht Center for the Innovation of Classical Music. And I'll give you a little bit of context of my research project. So at the moment, a lot of orchestras in the Netherlands and Belgium, as well as in the UK, have started to strive toward innovation in order to secure their artistic and societal relevance. You probably know of, or at least to some extent, of the long upheld crisis narrative in classical music of declining and aging audiences, which has sort of resulted, which has sort of resulted in a new focus on more experimental practices, for example, new concert formats, as well as new ways of audience participation. Which is sort of meant to disrupt the normative social and artistic traditions of Western classical music concerts. Always when there's someone entering the room, I have to tap back into the... but the music that is sort of played and performed rarely changes in these concerts. Think of the famous works of Beethoven, for example, Beethoven's Ninth. And the reason for this is also that these musical works have become very deeply embedded in the organizational and institutional procedures of orchestras and conservatories nowadays. The result is a sort of tension between the need for innovation, while at the same time wanting to take care of this musical heritage and wanting to sort of preserve it for the future. So my main endeavor in my project is to understand how classical music and its traditions have become so stable over time, how it has become such a museum-like art form, and what we can learn from this for how we handle, treat, and preserve classical music for the future. In one of my case studies, for example, I've conducted ethnographic research at the Conservatorium Maastricht. Some of you might know this building. And I looked at how students learn to play and perform classical music. The conservatory is a place where, so to say, musicians become expert maintainers of this musical heritage. Here they really learn the craft, they become sort of professionalized in classical music culture and tradition. It's a very sensory education, to say the least. And over the course of 1 year, I have regularly visited and observed 3 cello classes and interviewed students and teachers in those classes. And I was particularly interested in how the engagement between the students on the one hand and their cellos on the other hand shape this musical heritage and how it is kept. So here at the conservatory, you really see heritage in action, so to say, how musical works become transmitted over time. And I found out that, although this craft is often positioned as transferable, meaning that it shouldn't matter on which cello you perform the work, the relationships between the students and their cellos matter a great deal in how students become part of this tradition and how they understand it. For example, individual instruments play a crucial role in the decisions that students make in how they perform a work and the musical ideas that they get. And students form very complex physical and affective relationships to their students and their cellos. So on the one hand, I kind of found that students and cellos become sort of embodied archives of classical music. They really become together. They adapt to each other physically over time in these human, non-human engagements. And this is how the music is really kept, as it becomes ingrained in these bodies over time. And because of this, it also becomes clear that there's little to no space for unruly bodies in this tradition, or marginalized bodies. You need a sort of properly functioning body to perform the craft as intended. And on the other hand, the close physical relationship that students and cellos have is sort of reflected also in their affective relationship. As we see very often in care work, the emotional relationship, in this case, between the students and their instruments, is at best neglected or remains implicit. At worst, it's even ridiculed. But how classical music is actually performed seems to rely a great deal on this implicit affective relation in order to be taken care of. So, to conclude, based on these findings, I believe that, by understanding these human, non-human relationships better, we might find new questions to ask for classical music and the future. For example, what can classical music learn from these adapting bodies which conserve and negotiate this tradition? How might handicapped and marginalized bodies be included in this tradition in the future? And how can we acknowledge the effective relationships that these human, non-human engagements produce? And how would that change how we take care of this musical heritage? And of course, the very last question, what would all of this mean for how we bring classical music into the future and make sure that it stays societally relevant? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise, for this amazing topic. And indeed, you did lift the mood.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yes. So I don't know, are there any questions, or shall I go ahead? Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and ask. No, but I see here Tessa has a question in the chat. How did the research influence your own expertise as a cellist?
Yeah, thank you, Tessa. That's a really good question. I started learning how to play the cello when I started my PhD project, because I felt it would give me access to what's happening at the conservatory. But it quickly exceeded my sort of initial plan, and it became really a private matter, I have to say. Although, of course, it did influence what I saw and especially what I heard at the conservatory. And I have to say, for me, being at the conservatory for over 1 year, regularly in short interval visits, it was really the relationship to the students that also motivated me to become a better cellist, which is very interesting. Often I was in the lessons observing the students, and I came back and I was so motivated to practice, which I never had anymore after that. So I'm missing them as well. Thank you.
Fantastic that you learned the cello for your PhD. Really fantastic. Okay, so I see Akudo has also another question. She says, it's not really a question, but she makes a comment. I always find it odd that classical music is deemed unpopular, yet it is heavily used and evocative, especially in film and television. So just to add a question to this as well, how come classical music is unpopular? Where does this come from as a statement? Is it really unpopular, or?
Yeah, so that's a good question, because you might have noticed that I sort of implicitly criticized the crisis narrative at my very beginning. Classical music has always, worked quite well in concert. It's a very stable art form. And yeah, the crisis narrative, of course, there are declining audience numbers and people are aging, but I would say they rather stay the same age. But yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's necessarily unpopular, but it is true that it's a very exclusionist art form, and also an art form whose political dimension has been quite underestimated in the past. And there are some great research projects currently going on. For example, there's a great book by Anna Bull, I can put it in the chat later, which is on classical music and gender and classicism, which is a very good read that also builds on ethnographic research. So it's not necessarily unpopular, I would say. It's just a very exclusionary art form. And I think this is a great challenge for the future of classical music, to change that.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. For once, I really adore classical music, but anyway, okay. And the chat. Okay, so let's go to our next speaker. Thank you, Denise, very, very much for this presentation. So Shanice Janssens will discuss NIBS and neuroimaging in attention research. So again, we move to a completely different topic. Shanice, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks a lot, Christina. Okay, let's see. Should be this one, I think. Do you see the normal screen now? Yes? Okay, good. So, hi everyone, my name is Shanice indeed, and I recently started my postdoc.
Shanice,
yeah,
you still see the presenter mode.
Okay.
I don't know if that's
great for
intention,
that.
But
not ideal. Wait, let's see. Me testing this still going wrong.
It's the same for everyone.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe this one.
Yeah.
Better? Good, good.
Yes,
okay, so hi everyone again. My name is Shanice. I recently started my postdoc at the Department of Cognitive Neuroscience. And I want to give you a brief overview today of my research about non-invasive brain stimulation and neuroimaging. And I investigate attention. And first, to give you a little bit of an idea with what I mean by that, you might recognize this famous scene from the TV series Friends. And the main characters in this show, they always sit on this particular couch. And you might wonder, how is it possible that they always manage to sit at this spot? And if you actually have a look at a particular location in the scene, you see that the spot was mostly reserved for them. And this kind of demonstrates what spatial attention is. It's a cognitive ability that allows us to spot important details in a very busy scene, let's say. So having solved that mystery, what I intended to do during my PhD was to understand how our brain can actually do this. And why would I want to study this? If we understand how attention works in the healthy brain, we can also maybe understand how we can treat potential attention deficits. So one example of this could be something that is called hemispatial neglect, which is a disorder that can occur after stroke. And then patients typically don't perceive or cannot really attend to a part of their visual field anymore, which has a huge impact on their everyday life. They might miss half of their plate, for instance. So that's one of the reasons why I study this. And I studied this in healthy volunteers, though, by using neuroimaging and non-invasive brain stimulation. Neuroimaging I can use in this context to measure what the brain is doing, and non-invasive brain stimulation instead I can use to manipulate what the brain is doing. And for today, I will focus on two methods, so fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, and TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation. And with fMRI, maybe you have seen this machine before. It looks like this. The participant lies down and goes inside, and then we can measure what the brain is doing. Typically, participants perform some kind of task. So here you can see a depiction of a very simple attention task where somebody might be looking at the fixation dot here, but shifting their attention to the stimulus on the right without actually moving their eyes. And what we typically see then in the brain is activation in several areas, which here in the front we more call attention areas, and here these are vision areas. Well, we can actually mostly talk about correlational evidence here, but I'm not per se sure whether, for instance, this area is actually causally relevant, so really necessary for attention. So if I want to know about that, so the causal relevance, we can instead use TMS. And that looks like this. Many of you might not be familiar with this. So this is the machine. And this is what we call a TMS coil, which you place on the head of the participant, like here. And what happens is that the machine sends electrical currents through two wires, basically. And then a magnetic pulse happens. And this can go through the skull to the brain. So we can basically impact the brain from the outside. This is why it is called non-invasive. It's also not painful, and it's a very versatile tool in research. We can basically, for instance, in my case, I could say, okay, I'm interested in this area. This was correlated with attention. What happens if I actually disrupt that area? Does that then also influence attention performance? If it does, we can say, okay, apparently that area is causally relevant for attention. We can also combine TMS and fMRI. For instance, here fMRI can show us activation in several brain areas. Then I kind of know where I want to stimulate with TMS. So let's say this way. But on the other hand, I can also use fMRI to look at what the TMS is doing to the brain. So it goes both ways. And also in treatment, it can be interesting because TMS has also been used repeatedly to cause longer lasting changes in the brain. And then we can actually see what brain changes induced by TMS are related to an improvement in symptoms. And yeah, it has been used in many different cases, but the most typical example is actually in depression, which is also the topic of my postdoc. So if you're interested in that, I can also tell you more later about this. And that's it. So if you're interested, you can follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn or ask your questions now, of course. Thanks for listening, and thanks to FEM for organizing this event.
Thank you, Shanice. This is extremely interesting. I think I've heard before the TMS.
Okay, good.
I think last year, somebody presented about it or something related to it.
Yeah. That might have been Alex Thompson, I think. Yeah.
Maybe. So I kind of remembered some things. Very interesting presentation. I don't know whether there are any questions by the others. Otherwise, I wanted to ask, is this the idea that you use this also for other types of, for example, for ADHD or other types of attention problems?
It has been used for many different cases. The most known ones, I think, depression, also chronic pain, actually. I'm not quite sure per se for ADHD. I do know there's also different types of non-invasive brain stimulation that are maybe more suitable for those kinds. This is more, let's say, increasing the activation of a brain area over a longer period of time. So it depends a bit on the purpose, but I think for that case, maybe a different stimulation method is more useful. Yeah.
Valerie, I see that you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you for your nice presentation, Shanice. I also had a question. So are the brain regions you look at for the persons are inside the MRI, is it always the same per person, or do the activated brain regions really differ between people?
Yeah, this is a very good question, actually, and they are kind of, let's say there's some overlap, but it's definitely not the same. So yeah, we also try to look at, okay, how can we best localize where we put the TMS coil, like where do we stimulate? And it really turns out that there are different, we call them hotspots. So the best ideal area for different participants, they do differ. So yeah, in that sense, fMRI can be useful to target the TMS.
Okay, thank you so much. Any further? Pia says something in the chat. Nice presentation. Do you work with persons in depression? Are you stimulating specific brain areas, for example? So in the end, you did get your question about depression.
Yeah, indeed, very good. So that's different brain areas that are more in the front of the brain. We call them the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. It's kind of here. And we see mostly that the left side of the brain is a bit like underactive, let's say, in depression. So we want to actually up-regulate. We want to make that area more active. That's what we typically do in the treatment for depression. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If I'm not mistaken, our next presenter is not here. Cris Garcia Saravia, she's not here. So I'm going to just move on with the next one with Pia Brinkman, who will discuss the investigation of auditory processing in persons with tinnitus. I know what tinnitus is, so that's a good starting point.
Yeah, that's great. Should I? Can I start sharing my screen? Yes.
Please. You can. Do you have slides? Would you like to?
Yes. Can you see my slides?
Yes. Very good. They are. Yes.
Perfect.
There you go.
That's okay, and you hear me well as well, because I would like to play some sound. So I'm also sharing the sound. I hope that works out.
Okay. Very good.
Well, good that I'm already here, that I can jump into the other speaker, and then we can, start right into it. So my name is Pia. I'm a third-year PhD candidate at the Faculty of Psychology and Neuroscience in Maastricht, and I do my PhD under the supervision of Sonja Kotz and Michael Schwarze. I don't know if you've heard those names, but I wanted to mention them as well in the beginning. Yeah, this is not working. Why can I? No, okay, this is working. Okay, what do you think Vincent van Gogh, Charles Darwin, and Ludwig van Beethoven had in common? So according to Wikipedia, they all had tinnitus. But then we want to know what is tinnitus and what is special about this. Tinnitus is defined as the subjective phantom sound of a sound source that is not physically there. It is described as chronic after 6 months or more, and it is prevalent in the population, in the general population, between 10 to 15%. However, 1 to 2% are severely affected by tinnitus. And there are also more factors that play a role in the perception of this condition. And those are duration, frequency, or disease burden, for example, which can vary very much on an individual level, of course. What we do, however, know is that the probability to develop tinnitus increases when you age or when you develop hearing loss in some form. And the sound that you heard in the beginning of the slide was just to illustrate and make you aware of what tinnitus sounds like, because the people that experience this constantly, they're not noticed from the outside, so you don't see what they are hearing all the time in their ear. And of course, there are different sounds. It's not only like this sinusoidal tone that you heard, but there can also be, I don't know, noises or other things like that. Yeah, but to understand first what tinnitus means, or how tinnitus might develop, we first need to have a look on how the auditory pathway works. So we all know that sound waves travel through our ear, through the ear canal and the eardrum, and then it goes via the middle ear, through the cochlea, travels via the auditory nerve, to the cochlear nucleus and the brainstem, the inferior colliculus in the midbrain, and the medial geniculate body in the auditory thalamus, until it then finally reaches the auditory cortex. And we know that along this pathway, something must be altered in comparison to people that don't experience tinnitus. There are a lot of theories about the pathophysiology of tinnitus, but we will not focus on all of them. We are focusing on sensory gating. Sensory gating is a concept that explains how we filter information. So we classify some information as unimportant, and then our system, our auditory system, for example, filters out this information. And we think that in people that experience tinnitus, something of this inhibition, this filtering must go wrong because they hear this constant tone, for example. And we need sensory gating to continuously predict our optimal responses, because our environment is changing all the time, and we know this. So we would like to predict the next step in our sensory system. But then how can we measure those predictions to upcoming stimuli? In my project, we use electrophysiological measures for this. So the S's that you see here on the screen, those black and gray bars that represent tones, and the S's are standard tones and the D's are deviant tones. And these represent 2 auditory sequences, and we measure your brain activity when you listen to those sequences. And the only thing that we manipulate between those 2 sequences is the time interval between the stimulus here. So the first one is very isochronous, very predictable, very regular, and it sounds like this. Yeah, and the tones that were a bit higher were those deviant tones that stood a bit out. And the other sequence that we compare with this very regular sequence is the one that is irregular and not predictive. And the only thing that we did, as I already said, is that we changed the time interval between the tones. Yeah, so first, now we finished data collection 3 weeks ago. So first we have to finish all our analysis, but our hypothesis is that persons that experience tinnitus have some less filtering mechanisms or less suppression, for example, for the tones. And that might explain why they develop tinnitus or why they experience this constant tone. However, the ultimate goal is to look and help patients. We are also collaborating with the neurosurgery department in the hospital in Maastricht. And last summer, we already had our first successful deep brain stimulation operation in the medial geniculate nucleus, which is here. And we implanted 2 electrodes, which you can see here on the CT scan that has been done during the surgery. And we hope that we can continue working with patients and helping patients. So this is the broader picture of this research. Then I'm happy to receive any questions, and I want to thank you, my whole team, because this is never a work that has been done alone, and I have a lot of colleagues and collaborators that are helping along the way. Thank you so much.
Pia, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I think we have all experienced at one point or another, even if it was just for a short period of time. So we all know how annoying this is.
Yeah.
Now a question at the chat by Jessica: is tinnitus something that you always experience on both sides, or is it possible that only one side is affected?
Yes, it's possible. So as I said, tinnitus, that's also the difficulty in this area of research, because it's very heterogeneous, as with lots of other clinical pictures, of course, that we paint. So you can have tinnitus on one ear, on both ears. You can have it louder on one side and not so loud on the other side. This often is also reflected on hearing loss. So often when you have hearing loss in one ear, for example, in a certain frequency, then this frequency is then moved or shifted, and you experience tinnitus frequency around this area where you have hearing loss. And we can see this also in the cortex, like in the tonotopic map of the brain. Yeah.
Okay, and is it related with somehow with depression? Tinnitus, could it be like a? Is it?
Yeah, often.
Yeah.
Yes, there are psychological underlyings or correlates that are definitely linked to tinnitus. Stress is often a factor. Depression is often a factor. Anxiety is often a factor. This is not unifying, because some people that don't have, for example, I take hearing loss now. Some people that don't have hearing loss have tinnitus, but people that have hearing loss also have tinnitus. So it's not exclusive. It's very hard to find the common, pathogenesis of this disorder.
Super interesting. It's such a small thing and yet annoying.
Yes, and you don't see it from the outside. Yeah.
No, because you played it, and I remember, like, it was very annoying. So, you're next. I see your hand. No, you're not next. I see your hand. Okay, sorry. Yes.
I didn't hear the name. I heard Anna, and I'm.
Sorry, Anna. Yes.
Yes, I do have a question that is a little bit. It's related. So, as somebody that has a lot of sensory overload issues, and that E in the beginning kind of. So, if you are somebody that has sensory issues, what is there to do if you get something like this?
Yeah. So since I know that a lot of people have suffer from sensory overload, and I understand this concept. It's very common, and if you then develop tinnitus, I think the first most important thing is to cope with it, to have the right coping mechanisms. Because if you catastrophize and if you focus on this tinnitus the whole time and you think, oh my God, this will never go away, everything is horrible, then probably it will get worse. But if you try to think, okay, this is my little friend, sometimes it comes, sometimes it goes, then the likelihood that your stress will decrease and everything will become more natural increases. It does not mean that, of course, it will go away, everything will be happy, but the way you treat and you deal with this is increased and makes life easier.
Thank you.
Anne, I can see that you also have a question.
Yes. Well, it's actually following up on the previous, and you already said, Pia, that usually the objective hearing loss or auditory parameters do not really predict well how much tinnitus disability somebody has, and I know that there are treatments focusing on exposure indeed for tinnitus. So I was just wondering, how does your intervention relate to this? Because if you can assume that just changing something auditory, that some people might still be hyper focused on it or anything. So do you think that your treatment could be standalone, or do you see it more as an add-on to some of these psychological interventions?
Yeah, so the treatment, I don't know exactly which treatment you're talking about, probably the one with the neurosurgery department, the deep brain stimulation. And this is, of course, very invasive and only accounts for a small group of people. Those people that are suffering since, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years, and their disease burden, so how much they suffer from this, is very high still after years and years. So this is really the last resolution, and we try to help them and try to decrease the burden that they also experience through tinnitus and give them some hope, actually. This is not something that I would recommend for persons that experience tinnitus sometimes, or even people that have it chronically, but they can live with it well. That also exists. Then, as I said, it becomes like a friend that is there. But there are some people that really suffering.
Yeah. Is it because they are continuously still looking for a medical I think solution for their problem? Because I think, like you said before, probably learning to cope with it is a more durable way of helping them. But yeah,
I think
interesting.
What you said. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We can probably talk later about this, because I think we have to move on. But thank you very much for a nice talk.
Yes, thank you.
Pia, I can see there are two questions at the chat. I'm just gonna, because we have a little bit more time, I'm gonna just ask them. So Maren asks, how does a brain simulation work in the end? And what is the logic behind simulating the LGN?
Yeah, so what does it work? How does it work in the end? First, this question. So there are different stimulation parameters, and they have to be tuned to work with the patient individually. So in the beginning, they are getting the surgery, they are in the hospital, and everything is calm, nothing is on from the stimulation device. First, after some time, they start to ramp up the frequencies, and then they find the best frequency per patient. So you can also go to the hospital and talk to your neurologist and adapt those frequencies, because this is very individual. It depends on every patient. Normally we use high frequency stimulation, but again, this is different. Yeah. Sorry, there was a second question.
Yes, I see. So would the attention training perhaps help with?
Yeah. I think this is what they do in the clinic. Normally, the patients that we accept to our deep brain stimulation trial, they underwent already all types of therapies and everything for years. So we definitely know that this is an option for them. But normally, when you start treatment for your tinnitus, you undergo psychological treatment often, and then they also do attention training, and they do, for example, exposure or some relaxation methods, and this is also part of this. Yes, very important.
Okay, thank you for this presentation. I mean, in the end, people got really into it, because I guess we have all experienced it. It's really annoying. Okay, so I would like to move to our next speaker, Rhiannon Grant, who will discuss the issue of sex differences in biomedical research, which is also extremely interesting for FEM as well. So, Rhiannon, you have the floor.
Hi.
Hi.
I can't share my screen.
Oh.
Because it's disabled. This will stop others share. Is that okay? Just click yes.
Fix that.
We'll just go for it.
Yes, there you go.
Is that working? Can everybody see?
Yes. I can see it. Very good. There you go. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do very much an overview of one of my projects, which is focusing on liver tissue engineering and sex differences in liver tissue engineering. But I only just started that in January, so I'm going to do a kind of overreaching presentation today. I work in Merlin in Maastricht Uni, so you can find me there if you have any other questions at the end. So I'm going to go over kind of, are sex differences in research and science such a big deal? What can we do about it? And briefly a little about my research. So I think, why is this important? I probably don't have to convince you guys why it's important to look at things like sex differences in biomedical research, but fundamentally, because all research focuses on three different aspects of human life, I suppose. You've got health, so how healthy are people? You've got wealth, how rich are they? Because that's an important part of their life. And you've got well-being, so how safe and happy are they? And all of those things interact together. And there's a lot of evidence that there are sex differences in each of those categories. So first, health. We've known for decades that there are sex differences in human health. This is a paper from 1960 showing that they found some sex differences when they ran electrocardiograms on people. But that has never fully been addressed, and still the only synthetic heart on the market fits, and this is a direct quote from the company, the majority of men and some women. Because they just didn't design it to fit women. Then when we look at things like wealth, this is an analysis from a campaign called Make Money Equal by a bank in the UK called Starling Bank. And they did one of those analyses where they looked at words associated with finance and in publications, so on websites and in magazines. They looked at words associated with finance. So you've got words there like stocks, portfolio, invest, financial, all these kind of words. But when they look at publications that are more focused on women, we get spending, budget, guilty, control, complicated, children. So is our money being treated the same? What sort of effect does that have on our lives? And well-being. So I've kind of used well-being to mean everything that doesn't fit into health and wealth. So safety, happiness, how we move around, how we interact with the world. And this is a really interesting conference paper in transport engineering from 2016, where they found that women are more likely to use public transport throughout their lives than men. Men are more likely to use cars, private cars, for lots of different reasons, I imagine. Probably they have more money, according to the last slide, so they can afford cars. Maybe they live in different places or have different children. Or yet, when we think about public transport and the focus on, are we safe on public transport? Is it being designed for women? Are there enough spaces for pushchairs? Or is there enough lighting? Does it run at the times that fit best for women? We're more likely to be dropping off children and not commuting directly to an office. So maybe we need slightly different routes. That isn't being incorporated into the design of public transport systems, and that is affecting our well-being. So there's all these differences, but I work specifically in biomedical research. So when I'm looking at that, what can I do about incorporating this design, this into my experimental designs? So first, part of the reason that this has been missed from biomedical research, like the example I gave with the heart that doesn't fit women, it mainly fits men because it's too big. Women historically weren't scientists. And I thought this cartoon was funny. It's from something called War and Peace. So yeah, there's still structural inequality, and that doesn't only affect women, but obviously that affects my research. And so we're not being represented in research. So when we're designing our experiments, we need to think about things like, can we incorporate more groups? So can we have a separate group of male and female, or any other variation that you need to look at? Specifically for biomedical, can I include designing my environments for my cells, I work in cell culture, to be more in vivo-like? We're going to hear from another speaker later about modeling sex differences. Can we include that in computational modeling to make our research more efficient and more targeted? And do you look like the group you're studying? And if you don't look like the group you're studying, you probably should make sure that you're incorporating the most important parts of that. So I don't look like all human beings. So I need to make sure that I try to incorporate as many varieties of human being as possible in my research. It's important that we do that as researchers. And data analysis. We are missing data that we can publish. Disaggregate your data by sex. If you already have the data, disaggregate it. All you have to do is incorporate that into a spreadsheet, and you might get a whole bunch of new data that you can publish, and that's good for your career. So disaggregate your data by sex. Don't just assume all human beings are the same. And that doesn't just apply to sex, that applies to all sorts of other groups, you know, age, or if you're working in less biomedical fields, maybe like financial bandings or things like that. So my specific research, basically I'm looking at sex differences in liver tissue engineering, and this little cartoon is basically what I'm doing. I'm making a man's liver in a box versus a female liver in a box, and looking at, are there differences between those? We already know that there definitely are in vivo. Men and women metabolize different drugs differently. There have been a few really famous cases, drugs like zolpidem, which women don't clear as efficiently, and that is the first drug that the governing bodies recommended is given at a different dose for women, after a big scandal where women were waking up and they were on zolpidem. It was a sleeping tablet, going to bed, and then getting up in the middle of the night on zolpidem, still asleep, and doing things like driving cars, because it hadn't cleared from our systems in the same way. They had only looked at male models in their research, and they hadn't included enough women to find this side effect. And so to look at that as a very overarching slide of my research, I'm including the use of both XX and XY iPSC-derived organoids, and incorporating steroid hormones in my culture media. And I am in no way saying this is the perfect study, or the XX and XY are the only chromosomal groups. Obviously, I am very aware there are others, but I am one woman doing one group of research, so I'm starting with that. And then for mechanical, I'm actually an engineer originally, so I make microfluidic devices that incorporate things like shear stress, pulsatile rate, and blood volume, which are all different between male and female bodies, mainly because the average male body is much larger than the average female body, and they have different makeups in terms of like musculature and bone mass. So that was a very rapid overarching, and thank you to all the lovely people I work with and who fund me. And if you have any questions, please ask them. And you can always reach me at Merlin as well, or on Twitter. I'm on all the things. So yeah, any questions?
Wow, Karen, thank you so much. Like, how can this be? I don't know why. It's not, I mean, you mentioned many examples, but I have also heard other examples, and I'm not even I'm not even in this field. I'm not working in this field, like even for car tests, that the puppet that they put has male proportions. So they can't really see the actual safety of cars for female bodies. So, but I can see that there are questions. Valerie, would you like to unmute?
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation and the point you're making, because it's so important. I'm working currently in the biomedical field, working on preclinical models. And of course, I'm also very interested in splitting the data from the females and the males and check if there's something different going on there. But when it comes to preclinical models, one of the problems we have that we cannot have so much animals. So by splitting the number of animals, our power goes down. And I think this is one of the biggest problems when it goes to preclinical research. Do you have maybe something a solution for this?
So I think the solution to that is actually a reduction of use of animal models in general. I think that's something that tissue engineering is really focusing on, because if we can target our benchtop research more accurately, then we won't need we won't need to power our animal studies as highly. So I think we actually need to take a step back, optimize the work that happens before the animal trial so as we can target that more accurately. Does that make sense? And we need less animals because we're always going to need a certain number of animals, right? But if I can at least try to elucidate if there's some difference before I get to that stage, I know whether it's a waste to have these huge animal studies to incorporate male and female animals or if it's not. And so I don't think it's as simple an answer as like, oh yeah, we'll just use more animals. I think we need to target what actually comes before that much more accurately.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially when it comes to animal models. I think they should be used as less as possible. But then the other thing is that, of course, the female body differs from the male body also because it is an interaction between different organs. So that's why it's also hard to not use them at all.
Yeah, I also think for now, because we don't have something that replaces an animal model, we might just have to accept that we need bigger animal studies. Because while obviously, like I personally, like I don't love animal testing and that's just my personal thing. I understand the need for it. But yeah, we're not, so what do we do? Do we say we don't want to use as many animal models, but then we don't have the information and we put the drug into women and they wake up in the middle of the night and drive cars and crash them? Like, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I don't think it's good enough to just say, well, we've been using male models and so that's what we'll keep doing. But I don't think that's enough.
It is extremely disturbing, especially because I hear very often from some scientists, but women have different hormones, they have the different hormonal profile, and we don't really know how hormones impact on. Okay, Danai, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm also really happy to hear that you brought the very biased research, let's say. And I also keep seeing it from students, I have to say, that are looking for participants. It's always healthy males between the ages of 18 and something, which is a limited demographic. So I have a question about the liver, actually, but I am completely away from that field, so it might be a very dumb question. Is there any difference in transplanted livers? Because you say that there are differences by themselves. Is it a dumb question?
Yeah, I actually have this question. Nobody's looked at it.
Cool. Well, there you go.
That's my answer. So there's another project. If you'd like to write it,
you're welcome.
but yeah, no, nobody's really looking at this. I do know from some of my previous work, I used to work in transplant, that livers are quite often matched with patients based on mass, which means that often a male liver would be matched to a male recipient on the basis of body mass and mass of liver for dealing with the mass of that person. So having cross isn't, like, it does happen, absolutely, but often there's a kind of mass-based calculation that means that it's less often than we would expect. But it does happen and nobody's really looked at it. And you do have the confounding variable of, like, people are obviously very sick when they get their recipient liver, so what are we going to design? But yeah, it's an interesting question. Nobody's looked at it because people are scared of looking at sex differences, I think. It's complicated, so they're like, oh no.
The hormones. Okay. Anne, you have another question.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just actually following up on Valerie's question, because I think the preclinical research, of course, these models, we need them to move ahead. And of course, we want to be as careful as possible and not do too many things. But I think then definitely also in the designing part of who are we modeling, and that is really important. I see in my field, some crucial mistakes made before by, for example, if you look at chronic pain patients, majority are women who are middle-aged. And then some of or most of the drug trials, and there was a huge meta-analysis a while ago, somebody who looked at all these trials that has been done, but it's all in male adolescent rats. And basically what they showed is that, how the pathways work for women, that they're quite different than for men. So everything that they trialed for that drug on the animals that were male just didn't work out real life for women. So it's also important, I think, not only to have both sexes equally divided, but also look at who are we trying to model, what is the clinical picture or the situation that we want to know more about. And if you just have more women in a certain disorder, for example, then I think it makes sense to have more female animals to test it on, and the other way around. So that's another caveat. I think the translation of what kind of models do we use and the validity of our model setup, that's super important as well. And it has been easily overlooked because male rats are just available, and that's what they use. So
yeah, like I think part of the reason people are reluctant to look at it is there's this thing, a kind of thought pattern where people think that critiquing what's happened thus far means that becomes invalid, and that's not the case. Like, it doesn't become invalid. It just means we need to build on it, and that's what science always does, right? That's what science should do. You build on previous science, and it's not. We should now also, like, tissue engineering, bioengineering, I suppose, is a fairly young field. So the opportunity to design it in is now. And if we miss it, we're going to be in the same position in 50 years. Mm-hmm. So if we can send people to the moon, we can definitely look at the difference between men and women who are literally in front of us. Like, we just need to work out a way to design, and it doesn't have to be perfect. No science has to be perfect. We just have to think about it, at least. So yeah,
definitely. Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to do anyway. It might not work. It might all go horribly wrong, and my career will fail.
Speak for most people here that we are. This is an extremely fascinating research, and I'm really happy that you were able to join the session.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, you were talking, and Dana and I were kind of exchanging WhatsApp, like, we should invite her for, Okay, so thank you so much. And okay, now let's move on to Anna-Sophie Kirmahir. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Yep, that's fine.
Who will discuss EU's collective securitization of Chinese PG providers. So entirely different topic, but I suspect equally interesting. So you have the floor. Do you have a PowerPoint, or does it work?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I think you should see something, hopefully.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, great.
Go ahead.
Okay, so completely different topic. I'm a master's student. I'm studying European studies, so social sciences. So I'm going to be presenting about my thesis topic, and it's about the securitization of 5G providers. So first of all, what is 5G? Well, when I first heard about 5G, I come from a political, I did my bachelor in politics, so I have no idea about anything technical. So I thought, okay, 5G is like the conspiracy theories and people who think that if you get the vaccine, you're going to have a 5G chip. And it's very shrouded in mystery. But in reality, it's already here. And it's basically like a newer form of an internet connection. So if you look at your phone, maybe you see 4G where you have your telecommunications, like your network. Well, 5G is like a newer version of that. And it's newer, it's faster, and it's going to be a big part of our lives. So you can see like a nice chart here of all the different technologies that 5G plays a role in. And as you can see, these things already exist. So we're already living in this like crazy future of 5G. And what does this have to do with China? Well, China is a telecommunications giant, and Huawei in particular, it's a Chinese company, and they have 30% of the global market share in telecommunications. And in comparison, Nokia has 17%. And this is in part because the Chinese government has spent billions of dollars supporting Huawei, and Huawei has funneled this a lot into research and development. So they've kind of become quite ahead of the curve in terms of 5G. And maybe we've heard of it in the media, but some people have quite like a suspicious perspective on like Chinese companies that are involved in Huawei. But what makes that's not that unique, because we know that a lot of Chinese companies have like a huge role in our economy. They have high quality products at a low price. But what makes Huawei different is that 5G comprises critical infrastructure. So for example, like if a country chooses Huawei to provide their telecommunications infrastructure, it can be used by the military or by security forces. And under a cybersecurity law that was passed in 2017, Chinese companies have to share information with the Chinese intelligence service. And that includes, sorry, my doorbell is ringing. Is that like the lunch? Should I pick that up? Because is that a problem if I just quickly get the door? It rang twice.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, it's okay.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, it was food, so it was a good excuse to go. But yeah, so under this law, like Chinese companies have to share information with the Chinese security service, and that includes if they're abroad. So the biggest case of this actually happening was in Australia in 2018, and the Australian intelligence service basically reported that Huawei issued an update to their 5G technology, and that this contained codes that wiretapped the Australian communications. And then it deleted itself after a couple of days. So that is quite a big security threat. And as you can see in the PowerPoint, Huawei has also been accused of fraud, intellectual property theft, etc. So this sounds quite intense. And as we know, Huawei has been banned from some countries or restricted at the very least, especially in the United States. And in Europe, it's a bit more of a mixed picture. Some countries have banned Huawei completely, and others kind of do it de facto by saying, we need to have really strong security protocols, and we have to keep an eye out on threats from third countries, which is kind of like veiling, effectively banning Huawei without naming it. So what about the EU, and why am I talking about this if I study European studies? Well, traditionally, I don't think we really think of the EU as a cyber security or cyber actor. We maybe think of it as like an old-fashioned bureaucracy that is not that interested in these kind of issues, but that's not the case. So the EU has issued some strategies like in 2013, and it states that, we have to look at the same norms and principles that we apply offline, online. So it also has mentions things like digital sovereignty, and that's kind of where I'm going to direct my research, is how the EU is legislating cyber issues and how it kind of mirrors what it does in other areas online. So as you can see in the super huge model, I'm going to look at the EU's 5G policy through using securitization theory, and it's quite a complex theory, but kind of just for the briefly explained, securitizing means that an issue is presented as an existential threat, and that means it requires emergency action that is outside the bounds of normal politics. So for example, after 9/11, the United States securitized terrorist threats, and it kind of justified extreme measures like surveillance. And I'm going to look at collective securitization, so how the EU securitizes 5G, meaning how the EU will justify extreme measures in terms of 5G that go beyond what is really expected. So kind of like how it constructs this threat of Chinese 5G providers. And yeah, you can look at this diagram in your own time. And if you have any questions about it, let me know. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anne-Sophie. I was always wondering about PG, so now I know.
Yeah.
Not about the vaccines and the Wi-Fi connections, but you know, the PG topic.
Yeah.
Okay, so are there any questions or shall I ask mine? No? So I was wondering, I mean, so how are you going to progress this research-wise? Because you mentioned that you're a student now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are your plans with this topic?
Yeah, I mean, in European studies, like it's usually just kind of qualitative research or discourse analysis, these kinds of things. So that's what I'll be doing, is like a discourse analysis of the documents, like the actual like policies that the EU has published on this. So the different institutions, like parliament resolutions or council conclusions, and then to see if the securitization was effective, I'll look at 2 member states, because it's like in terms of the policymaking process, you would think, okay, the EU decides certain things in the council, and then that's implemented by the member states. Mm-hmm. So if they securitize 5G in the council meeting in 2019 and say you have to follow this toolbox on 5G with these security measures, for that to be successful, then the member states have to actually do that. But I can't look at all the member states, so I just give you.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Yeah, and within a specific time frame. So for a master's thesis, it's a very limited and yeah. It's not as scientific as some of the other.
I don't know. Extremely in a good start. Madhura, you had a question.
I did. Thank you for the presentation. I learned a lot from it. My question was to do with communicating about this to the general public, because there's a lot of conspiracy theories going on and everyone has something to say about it, even if they don't know what's actually going on. How would you recommend that an issue like this should be communicated to the general public who's interested in this topic, of course?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think for the EU, at least, I mean, if I look at from the EU's perspective, they have a really, I think they kind of have a problem with communicating to the general public. It's so, I mean, I've been studying this for quite some time, European politics in general, and I don't know, for the average everyday man, it's really hard to understand these things, because even if you study it, you still don't understand it, and it's not rocket science. It's politics that you are affected by as a citizen. So for the EU to communicate this, I don't know which way they can. I mean, they can have blog posts or YouTube videos, but somehow they always miss the mark on these things. And because this is such a so popular in conspiracy theory circles that are so detached from reality, I really don't know, to be honest. Of course, maybe from a PR perspective, the communications team at the Commission can, post some things on their Twitter or write some blog posts or, host Instagram live sessions with some MEPs about this and what the EU has done. But I'm not sure if that really reaches the target audience. For my bachelor, I looked at disinformation spread online for the EP elections, and it's very pessimistic and disheartening, to be honest, because the audience that you want to reach, I feel like the EU is not the right speaker in that sense. Mm-hmm. So I mean, maybe the bigger issue is how do you stop conspiracy theories from spreading? Well, maybe it's through policing what big tech companies, Facebook, Instagram, etc., do and how their algorithm works. And that's like a whole other topic. So it's really a difficult issue. And I think we'll be dealing with it a lot more with, COVID misinformation, and these things will have like a really big impact on elections and so forth.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Anne-Sophie, thank you for this wonderful presentation, and good luck with the topic. I see a very good career starting here.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Anne Molders. You already participated until now, Anne, posing a lot of questions. So now it's your time to present, and you're going to raise the issue of the paradox of pain avoidance. Wow, it's a great title, I have to say.
I'm going to check if I can share my screen. I think I'm not allowed. Continue. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. And I can see that you are working at experimental health psychology.
Yes. Excellent.
Wow. I love it. Okay, tell us more.
So here we go. I will only focus on one paradox today. I have more paradoxes of pain avoidance, but I will focus on one. If you see these pictures, you can immediately see that these people are in pain. Pain is a very common experience, and all of you have already experienced pain at least once in your lifetime. Normally, after the injury heals, the pain disappears, but for some people, it persists and it becomes chronic. And biomedical models largely fail to explain who will develop chronic pain and who will not. And therefore, some psychological factors have been put forward to explain the transition from acute to chronic pain. And more specifically, the fear avoidance model says that how pain is interpreted will lead to two potential pathways. When people interpret pain as being threatening, they will start to focus on pain control. They will become afraid of pain and also show fear of movement, fear of re-injury. And this is associated with avoidance behavior, and this instigates this vicious circle leading to disability, interference in daily life, etc. But if people don't interpret their pain as being harmful, they actually continue to be engaged in daily activities and they will recover. Now, of course, learning to predict and to control harmful events is crucial for our survival. And the prime mechanism by which we can learn what predicts harm is associative learning. And that way we can then generate the proper defensive responses. So for example, if you do this bending exercise during a yoga class and you get a shooting back pain, you might learn that yoga is actually bad for you, and that you will become afraid of these kind of movements and you avoid going to yoga class. And this is of course adaptive when there is true genuine threat to the body. But if this then spreads to similar movements and activities that are actually not harmful for you, other daily activities, then this might become problematic, and you might start reducing your activity and your daily functioning. So, and we have shown before that this balance of discrimination and generalization of fear and avoidance is actually off in people with chronic pain. And we showed that fibromyalgia patients, for example, but also people with hand pain, that they overgeneralize their fear to movements that they first learned that were actually safe, and not only to those that are similar to the ones that were paired with pain before. So they seem to overgeneralize fear. And of course, this might become problematic if they also start to avoid a lot of things. And this previous research has actually focused on fear, arousal measures, self-reports, etc., from the tacit assumption that fear would always align with avoidance behavior. So that fear is the sole motivator of avoidance, and then that it would always go hand in hand. Of course, this is not true. If I am afraid of flying, but I think it's very important to take a plane to go to a conference for my career, I can overcome that fear. So fear does not necessarily lead to avoidance. And avoidance behavior has been largely neglected so far. Although if you want to change people's behavior and get them active again, we really need to look at this in itself. Because fear is discomforting, but it does not necessarily lead to disability. And therefore, we developed a novel paradigm in which we could investigate this in the lab. And we use a robotic arm. And what we also thought is important is to model some kind of cost to avoidance behavior, because of course it has a positive effect. You avoid pain, But it also has costs to chronic pain patients. They don't work anymore. They don't go to, they don't play with their children anymore. So their social role as a parent is jeopardized. They don't do social events anymore. So it has a large cost. And we wanted to model this with a trade-off between pain and effort. And we did it as follows. We used a robotic arm, and people actually had to move this little green ball, which is usually positioned here in the starting position, to the green target at the end. And they can choose 3 pathways. And if they take the first pathway, they always get a painful stimulation, but it's an easy and straightforward path to take. If they take the second one, they only have a painful stimulation in 50% of the trials, but it's more strenuous because we can put resistance on the robot arm, so they have to give more physical effort to it. And then if you take the third one, it's the most strenuous movement, but they never get a painful stimulation, so they can actually avoid the pain. This is what we do in the experimental group, and then there's a yoked control group who gets exactly the same number of painful stimulations, but never spared to their own behavior. So they cannot learn to avoid. And what we measure is this deviation from the straight path, how far do they deviate? And these were the data. So if we look at the first green pattern, that's the experimental group, and you can see that they learn to avoid, so that they indeed take the more effortful, longer distance to actually avoid the pain. And the blue pattern is our yoked control group, and you can see they just move straight ahead because they cannot predict the pain, so also they cannot avoid it, and therefore do not do this extra effort. And then we had a nice paradigm to now start looking at generalization of avoidance, because that's what we're really interested in. And so we then, after this learning phase, we introduced new similar movements to the people, and we wanted to see to what degree they generalize. And if we did this in healthy participants, who got also the 100% reinforcement in the first pathway, we saw that they generalized their fear to this novel similar pathways, but they didn't generalize it in their avoidance. So what they actually did is they explored what you would assume healthy participants do. But if we reduce the reinforcement rate and we introduce some uncertainty about the pain occurs, then these two did start to align, and then people actually did also avoid. So that was interesting. And then we have also a study where we showed that people who have high trait anxiety do not show differences in fear generalization when we ask them or when we look at arousal, but when we look at their behavior, that they are actually overly cautious, so that they show a better safe than sorry strategy. They do avoid more, although they are not more afraid when we ask them. And now we are running a study also with patients to see whether they also overgeneralize and show overgeneralization of fear and of avoidance. And that would, of course, be our hypothesis. And then where are we heading with this? Of course, we want to also develop methods then to reduce fear and avoidance. And we're looking at some mechanisms. We're trying to induce positive effects to reduce it. We are doing discrimination training, and also neural stimulation. That could be a possibility. I think some of the previous speakers, I might have to talk to her later about TMS or potential ways here. And then, yeah, of course, try to stimulate healthy exploratory behavior and reduce uncertainty about pain in patients with chronic pain. And this is it. And of course, this is teamwork. I don't do this alone, and there are lots of people who funded the research, which is great, and I also want to thank them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne, also for adding this nice picture at the end to remind us that very often these projects come from teams. Very good. So I wanted to ask, I don't see any question or raised hand, but I wanted to ask you, how do you approach, or how could you apply all of this to people who are in chronic pain? And like, I can imagine people who suffer from recurring kidney stones or other type of neurological pain, which is really intense. So they can't really get away from it. There is no end to this. That's the uncertainty then.
Yeah. Well, to start, actually, it's fascinating because, of course, pain is still viewed as most people, and I think there's also a lack of education about it, that people still think that it's quite a straightforward, reflexive response to nociceptive input that we get, but of course that's not true. Pain is really perception, and there is every sensory input that we get is integrated, and then the brain actually gives the pain signal, and that's how we experience pain. And of course it can be modulated in both ways. It can be increased if we have negative expectations about pain or fear, and it can be decreased if we have positive expectations. For example, the placebo effect is very known. So also contextual influences can affect pain, and I think that is underestimated a lot in how we treat pain at the moment. But there are treatments for people with chronic pain that are actually based on this learning mechanism, and that is actually exposure treatment. So it's already been used. What we try to do there is people who are highly afraid, or sometimes don't even deliberately say that they're afraid, but obviously are avoiding certain activities, by doing behavioral experiments with them and trying to, so you ask them like, okay, so if you will lift up this heavy crate, what do you think will happen? And then they say, yeah, something in my spine will snap, and I will end up in a wheelchair eventually. If you let those people perform some of these movements that they have harm expectancy about, and you can disconfirm it, so you can actually give them the evidence like, look, it did not happen. You might have pain, but we think that at this point, something actually in the brain, your RELEM mechanism that needs to inhibit the pain is a little bit off. So we need to tweak this and make sure that actually a signal that comes in that is not, that should not be painful, that you can actually deal with this again. So the pain is real, but what we tell them is we don't think that you will harm yourself more if you do these things. And, you know, with doing these valued life activities again, you might have a nicer life doing things despite pain. I don't know if this answers the question, but I
find this extremely interesting, like really fascinating research. I see Akudo has a question, but I would like, if possible, to move to the next speaker, and then you can either drop it on the chat. But also I'm thinking that very soon we will have a pause for lunch, and we're hoping to create a break room for those that want to have lunch together virtually. And I'm hoping that there you can continue some of these fascinating discussions. So sorry, Akudo. Okay, so thank you so much, Anne. And I would like to move now to our last speaker for the session, who is Alisa Willem. And she will discuss the Adigene therapy delivery strategy to combat myopathy. Do you have a slide? Can you share your slides? How?
Yes, I can share. Thank you for the introduction.
Okay, very good.
Yes. So,
oh, wow, it looks great.
Thank you. Can you see it in a big map?
Yes. What are they?
Perfect. So yeah, I'm sorry that we are so close to lunchtime already, but I hope you can still make it through my presentation. So I will give you a little introduction to what I'm researching for my master thesis, which is based on developing an anti-gene therapy delivery strategy to combat myopathy, together with the Merlin Institution and Toxicogenomics. So to introduce you a little bit to what is actually behind my research. So mitochondria are known as the powerhouses of the cell. So they produce energy for tissues, and these energy is used for movement or other things. And each mitochondria has different copies of mitochondrial DNA. This DNA leads to the proteins which are needed for producing this energy. So what happens if you have a mutation in one of these DNA copies? What happens is that it can lead to no energy production. And this is especially fatal for tissues which need a lot of energy or have a high demand of energy, such as muscle cells or muscle tissues. So this deficiency in energy in muscle tissues can lead to diseases such as mitochondrial myopathy. So mitochondrial myopathy comes from a mutation in one of these mitochondrial DNA copies, which then accumulates and outweighs the wild type, and that causes muscle dysfunction due to the lack of energy. So patients are not able to move their muscles anymore and are basically stuck in a chair or in bed. And it affects 1 in 10,000 newborn children, and severe forms can lead to premature death. So now the question is, how can you treat next to the symptoms the underlying cause of the disease, which is the mutation in the mitochondrial DNA. So our idea is to develop overall a strategy to reduce the mitochondrial DNA mutation load in muscle fibers in vivo, so in human beings, to improve the mitochondrial function. And we hope that therefore the patients will be able to move their muscles again. And since this is a very, very big goal, I'm only focusing on my thesis right now to what extent we can modify nanoparticles, I will explain that in a bit, that contain a specific oligonucleotide that is designed to lower the mutation load in those muscle cells in vitro, so only in cells, and that we hope that this results in an improved mitochondrial function. So this research question consists of two parts. So we have, on the one hand, we have an antisense oligonucleotide, which is like a DNA. And the idea is that it binds directly to the mutation in the mitochondrial DNA, and that blocks it. So it's not longer able to be read. So it blocks the mutation, and hopefully this leads to healthier mitochondria. And this is specified for the mutation that is most common for mitochondrial myopathy. And this, of course, is very unstable in itself. So you kind of need a transport vehicle to get this into the cells and the mitochondria. And therefore, mesoporosilicon nanoparticles already hold a very high possibility to be used as vehicles. But since the DNA needs to be loaded into something, we use this mesoporosilicon nanoparticles with a hollow core. So you can kind of imagine it like a little packaging box where you put the DNA inside, and then those together propose our treatment. But then you still have the problem, how do you get these nanoparticles into the muscle cells, especially only the damaged one, for specific treatment of only damaged cells? So what we then do is, the idea is to put these nanoparticles into a car, and the car is muscle stem cells from patients that can then be administered via arteries, and then those fuse and merge only with damaged muscle cells, and thus the mitochondria can fuse together. And our our idea is that then the DNA binds and blocks the mutation in the patients. So for us right now, just to explain it a bit more, we have for our studies a hollow nanoparticle where we incorporate some protein which emits light, a fluorophore here called RITC. So while we add it into the cells in vitro, we can see where our particle adds up in the cell and in the mitochondria. We incorporate a specific chemical which is called BTAS, and this leads to the degradation. So because we have to release the DNA and the oligo inside the cell, so the BTAS leads to disulfide bridges, and that can be broken down by glutathione. And glutathione is especially high intracellularly. So it is specifically after it enters the cell that the particle degrades, and then our oligonucleotide is released as it is incorporated. And for targeting mitochondria, we have two different strategies, which I will not go further into detail, but we have two different strategies to specifically target mitochondria, which is harder than just entering the cell itself. And to show you how this looks in our research, so what we already did so far is we were able to get a reproducible protocol for our hollow silicon nanoparticles. And as you can see here, you have those kind of round little blobs, and you see that they have a hollow core. So here it's a bit less through. So what you can see is that we are definitely able to synthesize them. And then the question was, okay, can we incorporate our cargo? So we tried to incorporate a DNA with a fluorophore, so also something that emits light, so we can track the DNA. And as you can see here, we still also get our little nanoparticles. So now the question was, okay, now we know that the DNA is inside, are we able to release it? So degrade the particle to release the cargo. And we studied that for a period of 4 days. And here you can see that the particle is non-existent anymore, and it looks more like a liverish. And also looking into the DNA release over time, you can see that there's definitely, compared to 6 hours, an increase with a high concentration of glutathione over time. So just to summarize and give you a short summary, so we were able to get homogeneous particles, and we are able to incorporate single-stranded DNA so far, and we got a degradation. So with this now, we will further focus into how to directly target mitochondria and then treat patient cells. And just a short summary of what our research can mean for the future, for other studies, for our patients. So it can definitely be patentable for clinical trials. So it can be researched in animals and humans if we are successful. and it shows a broad variety of clinical applicability, such as that the DNA can be modified or the oligo to treat other gene therapies that not only focus on skeletal muscles, but maybe even on other tissues if you use different cells. And overall, if you load the particle itself with a magnetic resonance cargo, you can even use it for imaging or MRI in human beings, which is right now very difficult. So that would propose also very interesting possibility for the future. Yeah, I want to thank you for your attention, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Wow, this is research, huh? It's really fascinating. Okay, any questions or remarks? I see a lot of people clapping. So I wanted to ask perhaps something, and then we can, so is there any way that this could be used for other types of conditions? Like, can you extrapolate that research result to something else? Because it's only about myopathy, understood, but
indeed
gene therapy. So I was just thinking now from a very
pure... I mean, yeah, of course, there are a lot of diseases which have a mutation that is underlying, right? And the idea is mostly that you already have an RNA therapy. It's already a very big field, and it works in vitro for a lot of diseases. But the problem is always, how do you get that to the cells? And I think with our study with the nanoparticles, we are actually very able to also translate that then in the future for other diseases indeed that target mitochondria or not even nuclear DNA, which would then be easier.
Okay. I see there is a question from Yelmer, and I would like to close with that question. So that would be the last one of this session. Would you like to? Yes.
Yeah, of course. Alyssa, thank you for showing us such interesting research. I was wondering that now that you started also talking about what could happen, like in preclinical trials and everything, what would be the way of administration of these particles, and do you maybe have any clue on how effective the absorption in the human body would be?
Yes, so for our study, it would be the mesangioblasts, so the myogenic stem cells. There already have been studies from my research group that show that the mesangioblasts can be injected into your arteries, and then through this injection, they are able to reach your muscles. And they specifically target damaged muscle cells. So this is so far the effective method that we base this idea on. But of course, for now, we don't know the effect on how much is taken up of the nanoparticles, since this is something that has to be looked into further and is not really studied yet.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, of course. Yeah. All right. Well, good luck with the further research on this amazing project.
Thanks.
Okay, so thank you so much, Alicia, for this beautiful presentation to close session 2. And I have to say, I'm really, really happy that I see this research done at UM. It's so diverse and amazing. I should go now, do some research myself. So, okay, so thank you all for these amazing presentations. Now we will have a break for lunch. I think at 2 o'clock we will return. And I hope you enjoy your lunch boxes for those of you that have them. So I'm waiting for some feedback of this as well. And see you in a bit. Good luck with the food.
Before we close, we have now opened 2 breakout rooms for those that want to have lunch together. It's obviously completely optional. So if you want to, you may. If not, you may stay here and just wait it out. So yeah, I will see you back at 2.
Okay, good point. Yes. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to the third session of the Women Researchers Festival. I hope that you're all back from lunch. Doesn't look like it. Welcome back. So for our speakers, I hope that the lunch that we provided was nice and that it came on time, which is important. Okay, so I suggest we kind of go on. I will be taking over the moderation for Christina, who needs to go to the doctor. So I think if Xanthate, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Hope I'm doing a good job. Am I doing a good job?
Hello. Yes, of course. Yes. Xanthate, either way.
Zan, good. Whatever you prefer, it's your name.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think you're the first one to be presenting, and we're going to talk about self-voice perception and auditory verbal hallucinations.
Yes, a mouthful. I think, but it was announced that we started too, right? So maybe that's why people are not here, or I'm not sure.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Huh? I just remember.
No, you're right.
Okay.
I misread the time. So you have 15 more minutes of lunch and we will get back here.
All right. All right.
I'm doing great already.
No worries, no worries. See you.
So now officially welcome back, everybody. So moving on from my complete inability to read clocks, we will open now the third session of the Women's Research Festival by FEM. So nice to see also new faces now from two previous sessions. And I think we'll start right away because as we saw, we tend to take a little bit more time than intended. So our first speaker of the session is Zantheid, or Zan, your call, who will talk about, again, a mouthful, of self-voice perception and auditory verbal hallucinations, which already sounds super, super interesting. So I think, Zantheid, the floor is yours, and you should be able to also share your screen. Yeah. For all of you who just came in now, once the presentations are done, you are always welcome to ask questions either in the chat or by raising your hand. That's it. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Danai, for the introduction. I will try to share my screen now. Yes. Yes, I assume you guys can see my slides. And now in the, not the notes, perhaps. Yes, okay, good. Thank you again. I'm Zan. I'm a PhD candidate at Maastricht University, affiliated with both FHML and FPN. And I'm gonna give you a little sneak peek into my current project that revolves around understanding how we process our own voice and how that is related to auditory verbal hallucinations. We, and more precisely our brain, makes constant predictions in our daily life. For example, if we are going to grab a glass of water, we adjust our grip force according to whether the glass is full or half full or empty, right? So this is an example of a daily life prediction that we make. A bit more relatable example from the tactile domain is tickling. So we may have wondered very often, why can't we tickle ourselves? So what happens there? So what happens is when we are about to make a motor movement or take our hand to tickle ourselves, our brain already knows that we are going to do this motor movement and already predicts the consequence of this motor movement, and resulting in an attenuation or decrease in the perception, the tickling perception that we feel. And that's why we are not able to tickle ourselves. As compared to when somebody else tickles you, you are not able to predict when, how, with what force we are tickled, and thus we feel more ticklish. Now we can sort of extend the same concept to the auditory domain and explain what happens when we talk. So what happens when we talk and we're about to produce a motor movement from our lips, a part of our brain, which is a frontal part of our brain, already tells our auditory cortex that you're going to make a motor movement, and thus you're going to hear a voice. Simultaneously, the frontal region also gives a motor command to our lips to make, and the tongue and mouth to make a motor movement, and sound is produced, which we hear via our ears, and a sensory signal is sent to the auditory cortex. Now, since the auditory cortex was already prepared for this voice, it sort of decreases its activity. So it is so talking is a self-generated action that leads to a decreased activity in the auditory cortex, because we can fully predict the consequence of the self-generated action. Now, on the contrary, when we listen to somebody else talking, or when we listen to a recorded voice of ourselves, we are not generating this voice. This voice comes from an external source, and thus we are not able to predict the sensory consequence of this particular voice. And our auditory cortex is not prepared for it, and that's why the activity in the auditory cortex is higher when we listen to somebody else or when we listen to our own recorded voice. So there is a difference in this two, talking and listening, and how it affects our auditory cortex. Now, this process can be seen electrophysiologically in the form of this event-related potential. So assume that at the x-axis shows the time and the y-axis shows the amplitude of an event-related potential. Assume that at time point 0 if you're talking or if you're listening to a recorded voice of yourself, we observe a negative potential at about 100 milliseconds. Now, this negative potential is a representation of the auditory cortex activity. So when you're talking, which means you're generating, it's a self-generated action, results in a decreased activity in auditory cortex, which here is represented by a decreased, a less negative or a decreased peak of this particular event-related potential, as compared to when, for example, your recorded voice is played back to you. The auditory cortex is more active, and that's why we have a more negative or a greater peak during playback. So this is the concept that we work with, and this is what we see in healthy participants. But now we may wonder what happens when people hear voices in the absence of an external source. So hallucinations are defined as perceptions or percepts that exist without a corresponding external source. So basically they arise from your brain, but there is nobody that is generating these perceptions externally. There is no external source, so to speak. And what it's been postulated that that perhaps the disruptions in the sensory prediction processes leads to this inability of differentiating a self-produced sensation from a sensation that is arising from an external source or environment. And this inability to differentiate may lead to the experience of hallucinations. So now if we see the same thing electrophysiologically, it will look something like this, that we see a difference in the peaks of the two conditions, talking and playback, in normal people, but this difference diminishes or goes away completely in patients who experience hallucinations. So patients with schizophrenia, for example, in this context. Now, this is one theory. Then I take up another theory, which is called a continuum perspective, which says that we all lie on this continuum of hallucinatory proneness, wherein on one extreme lie the people who do not experience voice hearing at all. And then as we move on to the right side of the spectrum, we see non-clinical voice hearers. So these are people who experience hallucinations or auditory verbal hallucinations, but still are adjusting with it and are leading a very normal functional life. And on the other extreme on the right are clinical voice hearers, basically, who are very much affected in a negative way from this voice hearing or hallucinations. Now, what is the difference between these two categories? Among many other things, the properties of the hallucinations, or the auditory verbal hallucinations that these two categories experience is very different. The non-clinical voice hearers, the hallucinations could be positive or neutral in content, less distressing, less frequently experienced, and these people do not need psychiatric care as they are leading a very normal life, as I said. On the contrary, clinical voice hearers, for example, patients with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and sometimes also in depression, the hallucinations have negative and derogatory effect on their daily life functioning. They experience it more frequently, have a distressing or intrusive effect. And these people need psychiatric care. And this is the main difference between the non-clinical and the clinical voice hearers. Examples of hallucinations. So in the clinical side, you will see that they are distressing and intrusive, totally negative in content. Whereas in the non-clinical voice hearing category, you see that these voices are either helping them go through their daily life or are neutral. So the emotional content is different between these two categories. Now, I take the concept of that altered sensory predictions leads to voice hearing of voices. In addition to that, the main difference between clinical and non-clinical voice hearers is the emotional quality of their hallucinations, and that we all lie on this spectrum, on this continuum, starting from low to high hallucinatory proneness. I take these three concepts and I ask, how does sensory prediction to self-voice perception change as a function of hallucinatory proneness? So what I do in my research is recruit participants throughout the spectrum, from non-voice hearers to non-clinical voice hearers to clinical voice hearers. I record their own voice, self-voice, basically our vocalization in neutral and emotional, in this case, angry intonation. And I would like to just give an example by playing a sound. I don't know if you can hear the sound. Now? Oops. Nope. All right. I'll come back to this later, maybe. So this is just and neutral and angry voice. So there you go. And then I simulate a task with talking and listening as two conditions. And while people are doing this task, I record their EEG signals, or I make their brain scans to answer my research question. So this was, in a nutshell, what I work with. And lastly, this is my team that I work with. Thank you to everyone on this team. And if you're interested and want to participate in our study, always welcome. And thank you. I can probably stop sharing now.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think this is so interesting. And I'm also glad to see that hating your own voice is not a personal attribute. It's a general phenomenon. So let's open the floor to questions. Yes, and I don't see any raised hands at the moment, but I wanted to see to ask whether you have found gender differences. So how men and women experience this. And I was really triggered by the phrase that you have of "I'm worthless," because women, especially younger women, tend to hear that a lot more in their actual lives. So I'm interested to see if you found something that would link to this.
Yeah, so based on the papers that I have read, and I think men experience more of these as compared to women. But again, these papers could be biased based on where they come from, because I also know from my country that women experience hallucinations as much as men do. So the research could also be a bit biased from where it comes from. But yeah, in the research that I've read, it's more men than women who experience hallucinations. But then it also depends on what kind of hallucinations: visual, auditory, tactile, so on and so forth as well.
That's really interesting, and I would assume also on the how would you say that? Because you said that you recorded this kind of normal voice and an angry voice. It would also be really interesting to see whether men, women, or people of other genders experience different emotions, let's say.
Yeah. When they hear their own emotional voice and when they hear their own neutral voice. Yes, so that's what we will look into the study. Basically, we are collecting the data at the moment from the whole spectrum, and we will look into if there are also any gender-related differences in how we perceive voice. One thing that we have seen, or that the research has shown, is that people who are more prone to hallucinations also try to attribute more emotions to a neutral voice. So they already see threat where there is no threat, for example, to sort of extend that a little bit more. So they would perceive anger in what is a neutral voice. So that is the hypothesis that we are trying to go with, and would be interesting to see what the results show us.
Definitely. And we have also one question in the chat from Pia, who actually raised her hand, so she can ask the question.
Yeah, hi, I was thinking I can also just unmute myself. I was thinking this is like a more general question, and I just don't know enough about hallucinations, but what are the most common hallucinations? Are there more auditory or visual or tactile, or a combination?
As far as I know, it's auditory and visual more common as compared to tactile and other domains, a smell, for example. But yeah, auditory and visual are the most common that we see in the patients that come, or people that come with such experiences and complaints.
We have a couple more questions on the chat. So from Sangeeta, we have, how would you actually do the research? How would you standardize what emotion is the baseline?
Right. So since in this context, in my project, since emotion and negative and positive emotion is one of the factors that differentiates between a clinical voice hearing experience and a non-clinical voice hearing experience, we go with a negative voice, basically anger. And we start with a vowel, which is A or O, as a self-recorded voice. And first of all, we start with A and O as a simple self voice, because we do not want any language related artifacts. For example, if we use a word or a sentence, it gets a bit more complicated. So we do not want any activity related to language or more processing of the word per se, or the sentence, so to speak, rather than concentrate on the emotion that a simple speech is producing. So we use vowels first, and emotion, we since it's a small A vocalization, and we use 500 milliseconds duration of this particular vowel. To have different emotions in this small duration is difficult. So we chose anger. It could sometimes also feel like a combination of pain, frustration, and anger, but we make sure that when we are recording the voice, it is important that the participant feels that there is at least 80 to 90% anger content in the vocalization, and only then we finalize the final stimuli that this particular participant will hear. So that's the idea of choosing anger. We have also tried this with the positive domain, for example, pleasure. But yeah, we wanted to stick with anger for this current project at the moment. I hope this answers your questions, Sangeeta. And
thank you very much. We have one more question in the chat, but I think we're a little bit over time already. So Zanam, I'm going to ask you to answer it in the chat. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we're going to move on to the next speaker, who is somewhere, who is Judith, who I cannot see. Oh no, here you are. There we go. So Judith is going to talk to us about defining a political ethos based on responsibility. So Judith, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and share the screen now. My apologies. I see that there is
no problem at all. Maybe it's easier, Pauline, if you stop sharing the screen for a second.
All right, I see that is not working. My apologies. So I'm just going to do it like this for the sake of time. Otherwise, we perhaps run into problems. So thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Judith. I'm a junior teaching fellow at UCM, University College Maastricht. And today I would like to share a little bit of my research that I conducted as a master's student at KU Leuven's Institute of Philosophy. So I have a background in philosophy. That means that my research is abstract rather than empirically grounded. So that is perhaps something that is important to be kept in mind. And I would like to start with a quote, because in his first joint address to Congress, Joe Biden spoke the following words. He said, "To all transgender Americans watching from home, especially young people, you are so brave. I want you to know your president has your back." And I'm not a political scientist, right? So I'm not going to evaluate US foreign politics or evaluate to what extent the presidency of Biden is good or bad or whatever kind of evaluations. I would like to focus on a political ethos. And I think this quote by Biden is an example of what a good political ethos based on responsibility could look like. But before answering that, I want to take a step back and talk to you why we must look at the importance of a political ethos as such. And due to the scope of this presentation, I will have to rush through some premises to focus on the main part of the argument. So excuse me for being perhaps slightly hasty in my argumentation. Yet before being able to explain why it is important to look at a political ethos, we first define what politics and the political is. And I take here philosopher Hannah Arendt's definition as a starting point. And to Arendt, the political is the space in which human actors come together to work on a shared world. Just like we are now here coming together with multiple people. And that means we're coming here all together from different perspectives. There's a plurality of people present, coming from a plurality of backgrounds. And to Arendt, this is also the case in the political. However, this is not only a value to Arendt. It is not something that we should strive for. It goes more fundamental. Arendt argues that plurality is the foundation of the political, or of what should be the political, right? This is not to say that this is necessarily always the case, but in an ideal political situation, plurality forms the foundation. However, one can also be a bit critical of Arendt. After all, not everyone has the same access to this political arena as others. The Netherlands, for example, only allowed women in 1917 to be elected. That means it has only been a relatively short period. Arendt does not account for these differences between the ability of political actors to engage in the political arena. A philosopher who does a bit more do so is Judith Butler. According to Butler, all human beings are vulnerable because we are all in relations to one another. However, Butler says, this vulnerability is context dependent. Some humans are in certain contexts more vulnerable than others. And this means that one can draw the argument that if someone experiences less vulnerability in a specific moment, they have a responsibility to make sure that those who experience more vulnerability have the same access to this political arena. So one could say from a lack of vulnerability follows a rise in responsibility. And I tend to already agree a bit more there with Judith Butler, but it also seems slightly patronizing at times to say, you're more vulnerable and I'll take care of you. So I think we need to bring in another philosopher to specify further how we can make sure that plurality indeed is the foundation of the political arena. And then I turn to Iris Marion Young, who, amongst other things, argues that minoritized people must be taken into protection through institutional laws. Yet, Marion Young says, this institutional change must take place with those who are affected most by it in charge. And I think now, by combining these three philosophers, we can come to an argument that says, in order to preserve a political ethos in which plurality indeed forms the foundation of the political arena, whilst still acknowledging that some actors are more vulnerable than others, we must make space, but when experiencing less vulnerability for those who experience more, in order for them to lead the way to institutional change. And then I can return back briefly to Joe Biden, because he says something important. He says, I have got your back in a moment when many laws are introduced that actually threaten the livelihood and well-being and the participation of transgender Americans in the US. Biden says, I have got your back. Thereby, he's not necessarily being patronizing in that specific speech. He is saying, go to the foreground, but be secure. I stand behind you. And I think this is an example of what a political ethos based on responsibility that acknowledges vulnerability whilst also empowers and emancipates can look like. And I think, especially in polarizing times, which is where I situate my research, this is an important thing to be kept in mind. My apologies once again for the slides. Perhaps I can later send them to the organizers so you can still see the sources, should that be necessary. And if there's any questions, I look forward to hearing them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judith. Of course, you can always send us the slides after, and we will make sure to circulate them. So let's open the floor to questions. Would anybody like to ask a question? But I can start off myself. Oh, Matilda, please, the floor is yours.
Sorry, my bad. I have a question. So it's maybe just because it's absolutely not my area, but what is a political ethos? What do you mean with that? Like, it's more than word ethos that I don't understand. Political is okay, but.
So for me, ethos arrives from ethics, and it says the norms and values and ethical considerations that we must take at the core also of conducting politics, so to say.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
So I'm a little bit biased on this because I have a background in the humanities and political philosophy, so it's my jam. And we always have very big debates about the applicability of philosophical debates, let's say. So how do we translate this in practice? It's always really important to think about it and to to analyze whatever it is at the time that we want to look at. But how do we make it more tangible? How do we make it so that actual people in actual marginalized communities can benefit from this thought process?
I think here political philosophy intersects with institutions, with laws, with regulations. Mm-hmm. When creating change, I think it is of the utmost importance that there is perhaps at this stage quota, or that there are rules, or that there's boardrooms where you can actually identify minoritized people being present in the creation of certain new policies or of laws. And laws ultimately allow for the crystallization of action and of ideas, and that create a framework and thereby surround a political arena in which further action can be taken. So I think ultimately what is important for political philosophy to give some terminology and ideas that can then be translated into laws and legislation. So in that sense, perhaps there's also a call here for an interdisciplinary working together of, for example, policymakers, politicians, lawyers, and political philosophers.
Mm-hmm. It's really interesting, and I think that's kind of the boundaries of the field. That we always wait until there is consensus on what something means, which is never going to be reached, to be very honest. But I completely agree with you, and I think there's also applications to a lot of fields, not just policymaking, but also, for example, from the previous sessions when we talk about data use, ethical data storage and things like this. It's always very helpful to have somebody in the room to say, hey, maybe that's not great. So thank you very, very much, Judith. Are there any more questions for the presentation? Okay, well, thank you very much. So we're going now to our next speaker, who is Ines. Ines, I see now, is a bachelor student in European Public Health, and she's going to talk to us about the relationship between intimate partner violence and drugs, which is also a very interesting topic. Let me see where I can find you. There you are.
Can you confirm if you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I will then try to share my screen now. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
The host is on it.
Now it works. Thank you. Okay, I'll quickly press on present. Are you able to see my presentation now? Yes, okay, perfect. So hello everyone, my name is Ines Arufi. I'm a third year student in the Bachelor of European Public Health at the Faculty of Health, Medicine and Sciences. Well, today I'm going to present my ongoing research for my thesis, which is about women and drugs, but more specifically about the relationship between intimate partner violence and illicit drug use. So first and foremost, I will talk a bit about the theoretical background. What is intimate partner violence? Well, it refers to any behavior within a relationship. So it has to be an intimate relationship. So for example, a boyfriend, a husband, or something like that, that causes any physical, psychological, or sexual harm to those in the relationship. And illicit drug use refers to the concept of using drugs that are currently banned. So that means that they are not legal. An example of illicit drugs can be opioids, heroin, cocaine, cannabis, stimulants, ecstasy, amongst a lot of others. Some numbers. To kind of picture the problem, my research will be focused on the European Union and more Europe and how it happens in Europe. So 1 in 5 women have been or will experience acts of violence from an intimate partner in Europe. 70% of homicides on women will be committed by a member of their family. So it means that 70% of the women who die by an homicide will be because of a member of their family killing them, which is quite scary if you ask me. And 34.8 million women have reported trying a drug against 54.3 million men in Europe. But this has to be taken with a lot of consideration because it has been shown that women have more barriers to accessing treatments and accessing treatment centers. Therefore, we think that this number is actually not representative of the number of women who use drugs. And why now? And why these issues? Why did I choose this as a topic for my thesis? Well, with the rise of attention for gender equality, intimate partner violence and domestic violence are very, I would say, burning topics at the moment. We've seen with, for example, the movement Orange the World from the European Commission, if some of you might have seen that. And then also because I'm a public health student and intimate partner violence and illicit drug use have drastic consequences on health. This can be, for example, mental health, depression, anxiety, loss of consciousness, limited reproductive and sexual control, but also more physical consequences, for example, physical harm, the possibility of contracting HIV/AIDS. So those are all very heavy consequences. And this is why those two issues are burning public health topics at the moment. And why looking at those two issues at the same time? Well, because it's a vicious cycle. Women who use drugs have higher risk of suffering from traumatic events because of them being more prone to be in a violent relationship, or maybe because they are homeless, so they have more chances of actually suffering from physical trauma. And then in turn, they will use drugs as a way of coping with those consequences. So it's really because of this vicious cycle. So what I will research in my thesis will be how to model the link between intimate partner violence and drug use. What has been found so far is the intoxication victimization effect. This means that because of a person being drugged, there are more chances of her, because I will focus on women, of her being victimized. And then there are other models. So for example, the substance use violent relationship. This is a model that says that those problems are bidirectional. So as I said before, it's the same process as with the vicious cycle. And a third way of modeling intimate partner violence in drug use is to consider the drug bond as a source of violence. So for example, a couple that are both drug users, there will be conflict because of, for example, the woman wanting more drugs or the man wanting more drugs, and this can lead to acts of violence. The second thing I will research will be the moderators and the mediators of the occurrence of intimate partner violence in women who use drugs. What puts women who use drugs more at risk for intimate partner violence? And this will lead me to have the opportunity to try to recognize, to identify effective treatment and social interventions. What can be done to effectively tackle this issue? So far, I have already started my research. And this third question, so effective treatment and social interventions, are quite hard to find. And this is why I rethought my methodology, and I will actually answer this research question by pursuing Delphi studies, so asking experts. Yeah, what comes next? I'm currently an intern at the European Monitoring Center for Drug and Drug Addiction in Lisbon, Portugal. And this is where I am currently pursuing this research. I think that it was still interesting to present what I had so far today, especially because I think that during the Women Researchers Festival, it's interesting to talk about issues that really affect women. So I hope you liked it. Feel free to get in touch with me for any projects or collaborations. I really enjoy being parts of different things. And yeah, I hope you liked it. And I'm here for any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Ines. I think this was actually really, really interesting. So let's see. Already we have a question in the chat from Pauline, our very own. And the question is there a particular age category where this can be analyzed, or does the research focus on an intergenerational overview of women affected by this topic?
Okay, so for the thesis that we currently have to write for a bachelor, it has to be between 12,000 and 15,000 words. So this is quite restricted if we think about it. So I defined my population, so my research population, as women who use drugs being between 15 and 55, because we actually see that after the age of 55, the use of drugs really decreases, and typical age for entering treatment for women in Europe is 34. So this is why we, I defined my research population between 15 years of age and 55 years of age.
I see. And we have one more question about the presence of children actually in the context from our previous moderator, Christina. Is the presence of children in a relationship, in an intimate partner relationship, affect domestic violence? Does it become more or less?
Yes. So during my whole bachelor, I decided to really focus on this issue of domestic violence. Intimate partner violence is actually a kind of domestic violence, but it focuses on, I would say, the parents or the couple of the domestic setting. So right now, I'm mostly focusing on the intimate partner violence, but I have focused in the past on domestic violence on children. Does it change something to the occurrence of intimate partner violence? Yes, it does. We have decided with my supervisor at the European Center for Drugs to also look at pregnant women, and if there is a difference in the numbers of the occurrence of violence, if it's a pregnant woman or non-pregnant woman, because it is also very common to have intimate partner violence on pregnant women. So the short answer is yes, it does have a difference. And I allow myself to read the question in the chat. I'm a bit confused about the drug use. Sometimes it is about using narcotics as, let's say, a medium of pleasure, or is it about the drugs being used on patients who have faced IPV? So I defined women who use drugs as not like, we don't really specify whether it's for recreational use or non-recreational use, because it can also be, for example, we consider also the misuse of prescription drugs. So this can be like, for example, the misuse of sleeping pills, quite simply, because this is still considered illicit. This is still considered illegal. It is not normal to do that. It's not drug as a way of treating something. So it is not really about the drugs being used on patients. It's more about people actually taking drugs as a way of, drugging themselves, if we could say it like this. I hope that made it a little more clear for you, Sanjita. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Ines. I think with an eye on the time, I think we can now move on to our next speaker. But in case there are more questions, you can always just add them in the chat, and I guess we can answer later. So the next speaker is, I think, Comeback. You were also here last year, right? See. So Sangeeta will talk to us about examining sex-specific differences in kidneys. So we talked about livers earlier, so now we're moving to the kidneys. And yeah, Sangeeta, the floor is yours.
Is it visible and am I audible?
Yeah, absolutely.
So hello everyone, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present in front of you one of the topics that is dearest to me, at least in my research, which is bringing into limelight sex differences that are present and how to integrate them into research. So I will end with how this can be integrated more into research, but first I will start with some of the sex differences that are seen in kidney. Some will be very obvious ones, but some will be also surprising or a very niche knowledge. So to start with, we know that men are generally larger than women, and so they have a larger kidney compared to women. That also goes for weight. So men generally have a heavier kidney than women, and both sides actually. Coming to a bit specific, so glomeruli are these small channels that are present when blood comes directly from the vessel into the kidney area. So some research shows that female have 15 to 20% fewer glomeruli than men. Some say that the amount is same, but the flow rate is 20% higher in men. While there is no consensus in the number of glomeruli, there is a general consensus about the size when we compare it to the body surface area. So because men are larger, they have larger kidneys, but if you divide both of them, then it is equal. And a lot of studies agree to that. But that does not minimize the effect of the differences that are present in the pathophysiology. So consider our kidney. Everywhere we have this phospholipid bilayer, and small molecules like water and small gases, they can easily pass through this barrier. But then we have this other materials in our body like glucose, fructose, so sugar, and then we have charged ions, sodium, potassium, and amino acids, and they cannot pass easily through this semi-permeable membrane. So for them, we have transporter channels in this bilayer, which then allows these molecules to travel through the channel into our urine, and it helps to remove or take care of some of the toxins in our body and also solutes. And we have multiple of these transporter channels. For many different types of molecules, we have different type of transporter channels, and then some transport only one type of solute, some transport multiple type of solutes. And when we analyze the activity of these transporters in male and female rats. So these are studies done exclusively in rodents, and you can imagine why. It's very difficult to dissect a human and then get these values. So when we check how these transporters are expressed in male versus female rats, we can see that there is a marked difference between how these transporters are expressed. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. If you need to take a minute, just take a minute.
I'm sorry, I have sore throat right now.
It's okay.
So I'll speak a little bit slowly. So because of this difference in expression, we can see that when these transporters are transporting the solutes, there is a difference in between the uptake of these solutes, which means that if we compare the final solute content in the urine, we will find a difference between male and female. But if these differences are not taken care of in drug prescription, then we will have a problem. So I did computational modeling for this one particular drug in diabetic males and females. And we see with healthy patients, if we see their glucose excretion in the urine, in healthy patients, there is normally no glucose excretion. If we go to diabetic patients with drugs, with no drugs, this value increases to 0.6 because they have normally more glucose in their body. So, sorry. So the body tries to take care of the extra glucose. And then with drugs, this value increases to up to 2 millimole per day. So the drug tries to get rid of more of this glucose to level the blood plasma glucose level. But we don't see any difference in males and females, which is good. But when we look at the water excretion in healthy patients, it's almost same, 1.5 liter per day. When we go to diabetic patients, there's already a slight increase in the water loss in males. And when we go to the patients who have been given this drug, there is almost 4 times loss in severely diabetic males compared to the 2 times output in severely diabetic females. So this brings into forefront a very important issue, is that we also have to consider the side effects of the various drugs that are given to patients, and then consider the sex-related differences that are present. And this in turn, like what happens in the kidney, affects cardiovascular system, digestive system, brain, renal system, and are also in turn affected by it also. So everything is convoluted, and that is what makes the sex-related studies difficult, right? That is why we sometimes bias our studies toward one particular gender, but that is not an excuse. We have to start classifying some a particular species or a particular minority or a particular group. We have to convert them from a vulnerable population to a more complex population. We don't have to exclude them. We have to start adding them to the population and do research more, keeping in mind that they are a complex population and they will have certain vulnerabilities. And how this can be done is a mix between in vitro, in vivo, and in silico type of research. And all of them have to work hand in hand. It has to come back in between each of these sectors to help. Someone asked in Rhiannon's presentation that we cannot we cannot have a lot of animal models, because of course that is unethical also to have more number of animal models. But that is where in silico can help. You can model them, you can break it down into what is absolutely essential, and then do those in vivo studies, and that's how sex differences can be highlighted more. So with that, I would like to finish and also bring it to attention a little bit of what else we work on. So apart from sex difference in kidney, we also look at transport kinetics in kidney. We have Zainab, who looks at ligand competition. We also look at what is the mechanosignaling in cells. So all of these are modeling projects, and in general, we use a lot of in silico tools, and we would be happy to collaborate with anyone if you have any project in mind. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I see Valerie has a question, so please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was wondering, what do you mean about what do you mean when you say in silico, and how do you think it can help sex differences in preclinical models? Can you maybe expand a little bit more about that?
In silico means computational modeling. So with using basically by writing codes and understanding the physics behind how a particular thing is happening. So let's say the solute is getting out of the body into the urine. So there is a physical process that is happening underneath. So breaking a complex process down into very bite-sized physical processes and then putting in equations and then checking like what is happening under different kind of conditions. So for example, here we have different types of transporters, and if we write an equation for how this transporter works, for every 5 molecules of sodium, 2 will be transported. But let's say for females, for every 4, there will be 2 transported. So we can change these parameters and then see what is the sex related difference we see. Was that okay?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the audience? In that case, I have a very short question, and it's something that also, as you said, came up during Rhiannon's presentation, that looking at sex differences is actually quite understudied or new. And I wanted to ask you, generally in the community, in your field, is this something that is generally accepted? So looking at sex differences, or is it something that you have to kind of argue for?
I am actually lucky. I don't have to argue anymore that we have to look at this, because recently NIH also signed like this gender thing. Then Horizon 2020, when it came into the scene, it also had a very solid chapter on how to include sex, and like there is a mandatory section in your proposals that has to include that you are considering sex, and if you're not considering, why you're not considering. So it's a bonus now if you study sex differences.
That's really good. It's nice to hear. So thank you very, very much, Sangeeta. Now we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Katrien, who is here.
Hello, let me just get my screen ready.
Yes, so go ahead. I was just trying to find you so I can put you in spotlight. Yes, Katrien is going to talk to us about personal informatics tools and the life transition of pregnancy. So Katrien, floor is yours.
Okay, can you all see my screen? Okay, wonderful. So yeah, I'm going to talk to you about research that I did on my internship at the University of Twente. So I currently study, I'm in my second year of the CAST program at FASOS, which is Cultures of Art, Science and Technology. And we just came back from our internships and I was doing this study. We wanted to look at health technology and find something that could be useful to the field. So we ended up looking at Fitbits and how pregnant women use their Fitbits. So I'll get into it. So to give you some context, so the uptake of personal informatics tools is really increasing. So people have a lot of apps now on their phone, they're counting their steps. Fitbit, which we went with, is becoming very popular. So we really wanted to have a look at this because a lot of the research in this area is very lifespan orientated. So it will look at just childhood or just adulthood. And we wanted to have a look at, okay, so how do people going through a major life transition work with their data? How do they interact with their tool? And what do they think is best for them and the kind of struggles that they go through? So therefore we decided to look at pregnancy as, an overall lens to study major life transitions, but also to give us an idea of the specific needs that pregnant women have from their personal informatics tools. So for our study, we looked at new mothers or people that were going through pregnancy at the moment that were using a Fitbit. And it was really nice because a lot of these women were using their Fitbit before their pregnancy. So we were able to see nice narratives of across their transition and how they like coped, how they struggled, what they found well. And we did this via an online questionnaire. So we had a lot of open-ended questions so they could really explain their experiences and what they felt. And we also had questions asking them about their past data and how they view specific elements of their data, because we were really interested in that. And yeah, so we distributed this via social media. Definitely recruiting participants was a difficult part of the study, but we did manage to get there and get some really good insights. We used 41 responses in the end, so it's really fantastic. And so our results. So what we found was before pregnancy, a lot of the women wanted to learn and monitor. And it was mainly these things. They wanted to see how many steps they were walking per day, and they wanted to monitor themselves to work towards specific health goals. So people, for example, had the goal of either walking a certain amount of steps or they wanted to lose a certain amount of weight. And they were quite measurable, those goals. And other people just, wanted more insights about themselves. And then across their transition into pregnancy, tracking for learning definitely continued, but it increased a lot because the data that these women were presented with was so different, especially, with their sleep data and their heart rate data. It was very different, and they wanted to learn and understand this data, but a lot of them were very confused in this process because it was nothing like what they were used to. We also had a lot of women mentioning the reminders on the Fitbit device. So if you don't know Fitbit, every so often it can give you a notification to get up and start walking. And for some of the women, they said that they found this really helpful because it was motivating and it was like a wider motivational tool. But for others, they found it really distressing because say they, weren't feeling up to getting up and walking, it made them feel unhealthy. Which also links to a general problem with these devices, that a lot of people give up on their devices if they feel they're not healthy enough or fit enough. And people kind of think, oh, personal informatics tools are for people that are already fit and not people that, can strive towards a healthier lifestyle. So we also looked at goal change, and if people did decide to change their particular health goal that they were monitoring before their pregnancy, across their pregnancy. And interestingly, most of the participants didn't change their goal. So they kept the same health goal, and over half of them said explicitly, I know I can't achieve this goal, but I'm not going to change it. And this is really interesting because there were a lot of reasons why people did this. The main reason was that people just had no idea what health goal was appropriate for them anymore, because there's no way of Fitbit helping you towards that goal. And other people said that just the possibility of maybe achieving their goal is actually motivational to them. Again, this like wider motivation, which I can get into after if you're interested. And then others, like I said, they just completely disengaged from the goal, and they felt, this isn't appropriate for me. I don't understand. I'm putting away my device. And then, of course, there were a few participants that did change their goal. And this was very uncommon in our sample. And the only reasons why people did this was in very extreme situations. So one woman mentioned she had to change her step count goal because she was isolating during the pandemic. And another one said that they had extreme health problems. And this also linked to tracking as a social practice. So she took her data to her doctor to explain it. And a lot of the women were like going to social media and different online groups to try explain their data, because they were just getting a lot of very useful information, but really didn't know what to do with it. So yeah, just like general, as I said, we found that this idea of personal informatics devices are for fit people was something that came up and, is obviously not good for these devices. And then when we had a look at past data, it was really interesting because people were talking about their different data now and in the past as if it was a different person. So they were, you know, attributing different qualities to the data. And we found that people viewed different types of data in different ways. So some data that was more personally accountable, they found more distressing. So people were more upset that they couldn't achieve their step count goal anymore than their heart rate goal. Because if you know, if your device says, hey, you should be walking this much, and you think, you know, you could more easily get up and change that, whereas your heart rate is a bit less personally accountable. So that was really interesting to see the difference in the type of data. And then to quickly run through the discussion. So of course, like Fitbit gives you a lot of raw data to make sense of. So we found that if you could give your tracker the context to which you're tracking and ask relevant questions, it would be a lot more helpful for users so they can understand, because a lot of the data, especially heart rate data, could be quite strange because, you know, you don't really know where it's coming from, especially if you're going through pregnancy. And then also because this social element was really important, we said that trackers could facilitate exchanges across social groups and peer groups, as well as facilitate the revisitation of goals. So periodically coming back and saying, hey, is this goal that you've set on your device appropriate? And to make people a bit more reflexive of the goals that they set and why they set them. And then it would be lovely if, you know, explanations and reminders on these devices could be linked to the other data on their device. So for example, you won't get a notification to get up and walk if your heart rate is showing that you should rest, you know, something that links the data together. So yes, that was my presentation. Thank you very much. I will stop sharing my screen and see if we have time for some questions.
Thank you very, very much for your presentation. I have a question myself, actually, before I give the floor to anybody else. Why not? So the first, the question that I want to ask you is about whether or not, first of all, you looked for, and even if you didn't look for, if you found any differences with other like demographic markers, for example, race or a disability or what have you. Because as well, I'm Greek, so we are a much more community-based culture. So I would assume that, or I would expect that such cultures interact very differently with tools like this, for a myriad of reasons, which I'm not going to get into. But do you think that there are differences, or does it make sense to look into differences like this?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. So we didn't account for cultural differences. The only demographic questions we asked were age, stage of pregnancy, and the device that they were using. So we were able to see nice results and kind of differentiate within these categories. But I think cultural categories really would be important, because what we saw when we had one woman that said she had to change her goal because of the pandemic, because she was isolating. And I thought, oh, that's strange that there's only one person that said that. But of course, you know, it depends where you are in the world. A lot of people were fully locked down and a lot of people weren't. So even just, you know, that kind of cultural constraint was very interesting. And yeah, I think it would be lovely to look at. I think recruiting these participants was quite difficult because, you know, a lot of people that have bad experiences with their devices, they might completely let them go and not engage in the social media or anything where we could recruit them from. But I think it would be definitely useful, and the cultural element that I saw there of the women in the pandemic, and also maybe having a look at the way different cultures use this social element, because only some people were going to their doctors and some people were online, but you know, they weren't sharing it with friends and family, they were just keeping it to themselves, but online. And I think it would be really interesting to have a look at. Yeah. Thank
you. We have another question in the chat about if if there is any response seen in companies like Fitbit because of research of this type. So are they listening? They care.
Yeah, it's a good question. So I think they are having a look at this, and there are other health apps that are more female orientated where you can put in this kind of data, but obviously they're not as popular as Fitbit. And I hope with our data, we're planning, once we can get it published, to take it straight to Fitbit, because they are very, very happy to take in this kind of research, which is really nice. So we will be doing that. But yeah, it is definitely something that I think is very important, because a lot of the results we were finding, we thought, like, gosh, why isn't that already implemented in the app? Why are people going through this? And yeah, when we first started having a look at it and we Googled, Fitbit pregnancy, the first things that came up were people saying, my Fitbit doesn't know I'm pregnant. This is horrible. Someone help me. So I think hopefully in the future that we're going to see a lot more of that.
Thank you so much. Yes, and now we're going to move on again to the next speaker. I see we're quite behind with the time, but what can we do? So next is Adriana, who is here somewhere. There you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you are going to talk about the last mile delivery, which is a very cryptic title, and I can't hear more about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen then.
Yeah, of course.
Is showing host disable participant screen sharing, so we still need to enable.
I think it should be done now.
Okay. Yeah, now it is. Thank you. Okay, you see my screen? Great. Well, my name is Adriana. I'm a researcher at the School of Business and Economics, more specifically at the supply chain department, supply chain management, and also at the Brightlands Institution of Supply Chain Innovation. And the last mile delivery project is a bit different of these fascinating projects. I saw the presentation because it's more related to development of a pilot model, and we are working more at a business level, so looking to companies and solutions to companies. We are a small team of 5 people. It's myself, Liven, and we have 2 research assistants and a PhD candidate also working in this topic. And what is the project about? So the project belongs to a consortium called Holland Robotics Logistics. And this consortium stimulates companies to work together, companies from the robotics sector, to develop demo and technology solutions for logistics. The consortium and this full project started in 2020, and it's going to run until March next year. And our role, Maastricht University role in this project, is in the last mile delivery part of logistics. So just a positioning, if you're not aware what is the last mile is the last leg of the supply chain, and it means the part that comes from the distribution center to the customer's door. So all this trajectory that a product suffers coming from the distribution center until the door of the customers is called last mile. We have the first mile also in logistics. So when the product comes from the cradle to the extraction, transporting to the factory, and so on, these are initial steps of the logistics. The last mile is just when the product goes just to the customer's door. And what we are investigating in the last mile project is autonomous solutions and robotization. And the robotization and automation in logistics is already very high in distribution centers. So if you go to a warehouse, you will see that they use lots of robots, lots of autonomous solutions to transport their parcels inside of a distribution center. However, in the last mile, coming out of the distribution center to the customer's door, there is a very little level of autonomous solutions. And that's because of lots of challenges to implement these autonomous solutions. What is autonomous solutions is like a robot, is similar to a robot. So it could be a drone, it could be an autonomous ground vehicle, the vehicle that drives by itself. Also could be related to the robot that we know more about as the cleaning robot, right? That is an autonomous solution, but at a smaller level. An autonomous ground vehicle would be a bigger one that could take the parcel from a van to the doors of the consumers or so on. Also, we are looking at augmented reality, and those are those glasses that you can virtually see a second reality, and that can also help, for example, for the driver of a van to sort the parcels in the van, and have a quicker control of that. So we are looking specifically at autonomous solutions for last mile delivery. And this project, as it is mostly related to development of a pilot model, we have multi-methods approaches happening simultaneously. So we were working in the literature review part of automation and robotization of last mile, but we are also working in another front of cost analysis and algorithms development. We had a workshop last year identifying technical and societal concerns regarding labor markets, because lots of questions arise when you are saying we are putting a robot instead of a person. There is an impact on the labor market, so we are losing some jobs perhaps, but not necessarily. So we are also investigating that part. And also concerns regarding law, because not every country has laws that allow certain robots like drones. In United States, for example, that is more acceptable. In Germany, we have several restrictions. So there are lots of variables involved in many branches of science. Although last mile deliveries look like such a small piece, but we have so many other variables involved. And what we are finalizing now, as we are in the last year of the project, we are in the pilot simulation scenario, where we are going to have a solution, an autonomous ground vehicle bringing a parcel to the van, and we want to connect a drone to be delivering the parcel from the van to the customer's door. So we are in that part and making also the cost analysis and the algorithm development of this, that it can help if we have several robots in our house, that the one that will have less cost or less barriers in front of it to arrive to the van at a quicker and less costly choice. So is a sort of a multi-criteria algorithm that we are working on. And we had already some outputs from this project, because it's a 3 years project. We had presentations in conferences, we have a white paper, we have some submissions to journals and to another conference coming up. And we had 6, but actually are 8 theses concluded in the topic, also supervised by myself, master thesis. Yeah, so far we are in this 3rd year, and with some activities of the previous years issue being concluded. So the development of pilot model, we are about to finish in the middle of this year, and then the dissemination part of the project. And thank you very much. I'm open for the questions, and also to collaborations. Please feel free to contact me if the other fields have some correlated projects.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Do we have any questions from the audience? Maybe then one question from me, because we are really pressed for time. So now you said you are 3 years into this project, right? So what are the next steps for you for this research? What are you planning to do with it?
Yeah. So this approach, I think I would say it's less academic and more business and consultancy level. So we really have to develop the pilot presentation. And that is the next step, is the conclusion of the pilot.
I'm really looking forward to hearing more about it. I think we will see something eventually. So thank you very much, Adriana. And now we're moving to Maite, and I see there are some also questions for you in the comments in the chat.
I will reply there.
Yeah, perfect. So Maite, with her life as a pain researcher, which is honestly one of the best titles I've heard in my life. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Okay, you should be able to see my screen now. Yeah, I will talk a little bit about my daily activities as a pain researcher and some of the kind of remarkable and interesting things I encountered during my PhD research. And this is a joint project between the Faculty of Psychology and Neuroscience and the School for Mental Health and Neuroscience. So let's first start with why should we conduct pain research? Well, we already heard some interesting things in the previous sessions, and that pain is so common. So there are many applications. So we can research the fundamental understanding, but also translation to the clinic, and more eventually treatments for chronic pain. But in the experimental setting, we cannot just start with doing pain research. So we definitely need to adhere to ethical guidelines. So one of the important things here is that you should never, when using pain, exceed a participant's tolerance level. And one of the other things that we have to think about is that there should be an escape possibility during this research. So for example, in my pain research, we have this big red stop button that you can press during the experimental setting. However, I find this kind of counterproductive because people seeing this red button actually get kind of sometimes afraid, like, oh, if we need this button, then this could be really worse. Then talking about the setup, what kind of pain can we deliver in an experimental setting? Well, you would be surprised that there are actually a lot of options. So we can use thermal pain, we have electrical pain, pressure pain, all different forms. And of course, we also need to measure the pain level. So pain is a very subjective experience. And the most common way of measuring this is with questionnaires and rating scales. But we have to actually be quite careful when using these scales, because the type of scale that you use and also these anchors that you use can actually influence the reporting of a participant. So if you would just ask, please rate your pain, some would say with a 4, like, and you say, okay, this is a 4, but for some means this is like moderate sensation, where for others, this is really bad. So you really have to clearly explain these scales. And you also have to think about the context in which you conduct the experiment. For example, if you use pain in an MRI scanner, people tend to rate their pain higher than outside of the scanner. And this is likely due to the kind of fearful environment. But then the next step in your study would be to find participants. So I think in general, and which we also heard in with other speakers, it's really important to have a diverse population in your study. But as it turns out, for pain research, it's quite difficult to find participants. So many people told me, why would I volunteer to be in pain? And I mean, fair enough, I cannot really debate that. So studies also actually found that mostly sensation seekers and participants who identify with a more masculine gender sign up for these studies. So this is, of course, kind of biasing your results. And it turns out that this can also explain some of the gender differences that are found in pain research. So during the experiment, you see also some of these effects. And it's an interesting setting because some people really see this as a way of testing their pain. Can you please confirm that I have a high tolerance for pain, for example? But also from the other side of the perspective, there could be really an influence of the experimenter while conducting the study. So there is some evidence for gender. So when the experimenter has the opposite gender, that participants report less pain. But there could also be an influence of professional status. So for example, if a professor versus a PhD conducts the researcher, then the participants tolerate much more pain when the professor conducts the experiment. This also shows that you're kind of in a vulnerable setting here, and that it's really important to take care of what you say and how you act in the setting. And usually very important to really script everything you say during the experiment. So if now we heard all these things that can influence your results, can we actually use data from pain research? Well, of course we can, but we really have to be careful about this and really think about design and about what you do. So then I would like to come back with my life as a pain researcher. And one of the most frequent asked questions is whether I enjoy to hurt people, and if that is why I end up doing this research. But I can tell you, no, that's not the case. I do think I'm kind of a sensational seeker, so I do fall in that category. But I really enjoy here the understanding of the biological pathways, and at the same time think about these delicate but important things like the social factors and the psychological factors that influence this research, and make this as good as possible and generalizable as possible. So with that, I would like to end. Thanks very much for listening. And as I'm currently conducting a pain study, I hope I didn't scare you away. But if you would like to contribute to a diverse population, so if you feel a bit anxious, please sign up because I need you in my study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maite. Thank you very, very much. We have a couple of questions in the chat. And one is from MK, who is actually our next presenter, and about could the perception of pain be different when you use pain in a research setting from a pain in normal life? Yeah,
good question. Yeah, this is definitely true. This is really influencing your experience. The lab setting is not really a natural one. And it really depends on how safe you feel and if you feel control over the situation, because if you hurt your knee, you feel more in control. But if somebody in the lab, the experimenter, hurt you, it's very different. So it's always searching for how can we make this setting as normal as possible. But in the end, you definitely have a point. It's not the same.
Yeah. So Sangeeta also has a question that is very similar to the question that I wanted to ask you, is that you already said yourself that the pain scale is quite subjective. And we have a lot of studies saying exactly that men and women experience pain and evaluate pain very, very differently. I think I read a report a couple of days ago that a 4 for women can be a 10 or an 8 for men, which is difficult to comprehend. But there's also differences for people that have chronic pain, for instance. For me, what is a 1, somebody with chronic pain, or somebody without can be a 5. So exactly as Denise say, also menstrual cycle is dependent on so many things. So how do you account for that fluctuation, but also for that subjectivity in your research?
So what I focus mostly on is that I use within subject measurements, so that I look at different points in time or with different measurements in the same participant, so that you can see how it changes for that person, because it is indeed so difficult to generalize that or look at that between subjects. And I think in a clinical setting, it's really important to not just use the scale, but also ask more questions about the background and also about previous pain experiences, which can really influence, because usually one of the anchors is like worst imaginable pain, which is kind of intense. But if you have experienced a lot of pain, or for example, after childbirth, that anchor really changes your perception. So it's really important to take that into account, but there is no like solution that we at this moment have. So we should be aware of it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there are a couple more things that I missed in the chat, but I think you can also attend that by yourself. So now we're going to move to the last speaker, 10 minutes late, but we're here. And we're going to have Imke, who again, I lost in my Zoom thing. Yeah, there you are. And Imke is going to talk to us about predicting the response to a treatment for cancer patients. So Imke, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me open my presentation. Thank you for the introduction. Can you all see my screen now? All right. Sorry. My name is Imke Demers. I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Pathology and Otorhinolaryngology, or ENT, ear, nose, throat surgery. And I'm investigating head and neck cancer, and specifically how we can predict therapy response of these head and neck cancer patients, and specifically for each cancer patient individually. First, a short introduction about head and neck cancer. Head and neck tumors arise in the upper aerodigestive tract, as you can see in the image on the left, including the nasal cavity, oral cavity, and throat. And head and neck cancer can be caused by the typical oncology risk factors such as cigarette smoke or excessive alcohol consumption. But what a lot of people do not know is that head and neck cancer can also be caused by infection with HPV, the human papilloma virus, which also causes cervical cancer in women. And the problem with head and neck cancer is that the main part is treated with radiotherapy, or at least that's not a problem itself, but the problem is that 25% of these tumors are radio-resistant, and they do show recurrent tumor after treatment. So actually easily said, the tumor comes back after treatment. So we asked ourselves the question, how could we identify this radio-resistant patient population, and how could we overcome radio-resistance in this patient group? Because there is a subtype of patients that we know that will respond well to radiotherapy, including these HPV positive tumors, but that doesn't say anything about individual patients. So there could be an HPV positive patient that doesn't respond well, and we would like to see per individual patients which treatment options would work best for that patient. And what better way to do that than using the patient's own tumor tissue? So we came up with the idea to use a little bit of the patient's tumor tissue from the tumor sample, and I take it from the biopsy that is already taken for routine clinical follow-up. And I cut this tumor sample in very small pieces of like 1 millimeter in size, and I culture them in these culture inserts. And with this, the tumor fragments are submerged in cell culture medium, which is a liquid to provide all the nutrients to keep the cells alive. And with that, I also apply irradiation. And irradiation would be the same irradiation that the patients would receive if they receive radiotherapy. And what happens? This irradiation results in DNA damage or breaks in the DNA molecules. And as a logical step, these cancer cells, they want to keep on living, so these cancer cells will try to repair the DNA. And the hypothesis of our research is if these cancer cells cannot repair DNA, so if the repair fails, the cells will die. And that has been beneficial for the patients because these tumors will be radiosensitive and the tumors will go away. But if the repair is successful, so the cells can stay alive, these would be radio-resistant tumors, and the tumors will not respond to radiotherapy. Well, I thought maybe you were interested in how this looks like in real life next to the schematic images. So on the left, you can see 2 tumor biopsies. For scale, you can see my hand next to the dish. And the center, you can see this tumor biopsies cut up.
And on the right, you can see an example of a plate in which I culture these tumor biopsies. So coming back to these DNA breaks, we think DNA breaks can be used to predict therapy response, as I told you earlier. But to do so, we need to quantify these DNA breaks. We need to make them visual. And we can do that with sort of fluorescent staining, as you can see in these images. And all the blue circles you see there are cells within this tumor biopsy, and the green spots, they indicate the DNA break. So if they're in the upper panel, you see a tumor biopsy which is not irradiated, and you can only see a few green dots. While in the lower panel, you can see that those are cells 2 hours after irradiation. You can see a lot of DNA breaks, DNA damage going on there. And we use these data to make a prediction about therapy response. So let's say this is a first example of a first patient. You can see that there is no DNA breaks, or almost none DNA breaks without irradiation. This number goes up after 2 hours. And after 24 hours, and this is the time point that we expect that DNA repair has been taking place, we don't see any change or a slight decrease, but we do not see an excessive change in DNA breaks, which means that the repair in this patient is failing, which means the tumor could be sensitive to radiotherapy because these cells will die. Another example of a patient, and you can see you can see the difference. The repair in this patient is effective. So these cells are able to repair the DNA breaks, and these cells will keep on living, which could be a bad response for the patient. Right now, we are collecting as much biopsies as we can, and we are following up these patients to see if they respond to treatment, and for the long term also to see if their tumor comes back like after a few months or a few years. So that takes some time to do the correlation. So while doing that, while waiting, actually, we also looking into other options, because we would like to, if we identify these patient group that won't respond well to radiotherapy, we would like to see if there are new therapeutic options for this group to enhance the sensitivity to radiotherapy. And we are investigating for this purpose oncogenic protein inhibitors, cell cycle inhibitors, or any other antiviral agents to see if we can increase radiosensitivity of this group. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Imke. I think we already have a question in the chat from Pauline. Is this only at the research level or actually being applied in treatments? And is it based, or is there a larger collaboration with other universities? Since it is quite a very ambitious project, I would say. Yeah, what is the scope of your research, and also how far away are we from treatment?
Good question. It's purely research at the moment. We are not selecting patients based on what we see in this setting right now. We are doing it alongside the normal diagnostics and everything to see if we can add up, or maybe even if it's better than the normal diagnostics. And indeed, there are not a lot of head and neck cancer patients, and especially if you have these all these subgroups also with HPV positive patients, the subgroups are going to be a lot smaller actually. So we have a collaboration to get enough patients. We have a collaboration with the University of Hamburg. But the thing is, in Hamburg, all these patients are not treated with radiotherapy, but actually with surgery. So these tumors are removed before they can be treated with another therapy. So the setting is a little bit different between countries. And yeah, that makes it